Sort of coming Chapter 895. 27,000 word chapter. The update is a bit late. The light of the mountains flickered and the moonlight gradually rose. There is a light in the sky in the world. A Peijiang river that winds into the sea is full of water. There are 16 large and small docks along the river section for the mooring of ferries on the mountain. Business is prosperous. Every dock is surrounded by water and built with small towns, the size of which is as big as Huaihuang. In the county town, after nightfall, the lights are like daylight, martial arts halls are lined on both sides of the bank, and there are many rivers and lakes. Wu Tian has traveled far to other continents for more than 20 years, and now he has gone to the barren world. In addition, this martial sage is too indifferent to accepting disciples. So far he has only received one disciple from the mountain. Therefore, the only martial artist in Tonggishao is only there is one Yi Yunyun left, which gives Pushan a very high reputation now. One continent boxing is only in Pushan. And Pushan Yunkatang really deserves this praise. Every year it teaches boxing in Lixia and Lidong according to the ancestral rule. Except for the secret method of Yunkatang, which is not taught, the rest are not hidden. They are willing to come and learn. All martial artists of different disciplines give in to each other. At the same time, every Pushan Wufu who goes down the mountain will hold 3 public martial arts performances, learn about martial arts, or feed others. If a foreigner of the same realm of martial arts wins, you can win a full house, and was invited to be a guest at Yunkatang as a guest. It seems that the bright moon in the sky pampers the water here, and the river is covered with bright moonlight, like a galaxy on Earth. The night is quiet, the river breeze is slow, the scenery is pleasant, and the heart is relaxed and happy. A tourist boat going down the current, there are only 2 floors above the deck, one dwarf. As long as there are passing cruise ships passing by, it is often the situation where others bow their heads and look up. At an open-air tea stand on the 2nd floor, Chen Pingon asked a tea lady for 2 pots of mountain tea, a pot of Yunwu tea and a pot of Laotsong narcissus, and she gave some cakes and fruits for free. The fairy tea lady just tried her best to promote this narcissus tea, saying it is a famous rock tea from a fairy mountain in Aquarius Island. It is extremely difficult to obtain. The tea tree is 100 years old, and it can be said to be old after 1,000 years. Therefore, the price is expensive. Guests feel the taste is average, but if you say something bad, you can get a 50% discount on Luchuan. Seeing her posture, if she doesn't order a pot of Laotsong narcissus, she probably won't give me a snack. With a smile on his face, Chen Pingon is another evildoer made by fellow Dong Banqing. Spring water, tea, Xianjia fermented wine, tea, and wine utensils, all the things that have been famous in Beipingzu for a few years, especially those that are not cheap. It is estimated that at least half of them are inseparable from Dong Shuijing. Tea is of course a good tea. Su Yuangxia's unengraved landscape travel notes specifically recorded this kind of old fir daffodils. The problem is that older brother Su could drink the old fir daffodils. The price of tea is high and low in the local area. Think about it. In the end, I just moved a place with the Intercontinental Ferry, where a pot of tea will sell for 2 snowflakes. Even if it is really thick-skinned, the tea tastes generally, but the boat is discounted in half, and I still need one. Snow money. To do business, Dong Shuijing, who is very talented, had to start in the Ascension realm. Chen Pingon took out the last piece of Zhuohuang Dan from the Green Tiger Palace from his sleeve, and swallowed it with tea. There is no need to doubt the follow-up medicine of Qinghu Palace. There will definitely be 1 or 2 furnaces of Yue pills delivered to Xianda Mountain soon. With the immortal Lu's way of life, not to mention Chen Pingon himself, together with the next sect, in the next few hundred years, they will not worry that sitting and forgetting the pill will not be enough. In Lu Lao Shengshen's words, it is a good thing for his own family, of course, it is to keep close to his family first. It's okay, Luopa Mountain and Qingping Peak will reciprocate themselves. In the future, the aura of Qingjing Mountain will only be more abundant than when Qinghu Palace was at its peak. After 3 more docks, about 200 miles of waterway, you can reach the gate of Pushan Yunkatang. Pei Qian asked, Master, Yunkatang Wufu went down the mountain to feed others, can we learn from Luopashan? Chen Pingan nodded, of course I can learn. Chao Qingqing said, the premise is that the style is good, the martial artist on the mountain is strong enough, and when dealing with people down the mountain, the words cannot be too casual. How to put it, the boxing is in the ring, and the boxing is outside the box, otherwise it is clearly taught. Be serious and cautious in feeding your fists, but just because 1 or 2 sentences are wrong, which makes people misunderstand, you will become nasty. If you don't say smashing signs, you will continue to disputes, and you will get enemies everywhere. After a few decades, you will be isolated by the rivers and lakes. Get up. At that time, we are obviously out of good intentions, but when we turn around, we will be vilified. No one can stand it. If one party dislikes the other party's lack of conscience, the other party feels that the other party's imposing manner will be disgusted with each other. Pei Qian said, our family style is not good. Chao Yingqing smiled and said, everything will stand in advance, and nothing will be abandoned if you don't. Chen Pingan took a sip of tea, nodded and smiled, everything is good. What kind of tricks is this? The first disciple and the proud student are indeed good. The river breeze is fine and the waves are sparkling. After the winter, even if it is on the boat upstairs, the tourists will not feel cold. This is due to the thick roots of Pushan, which makes the surrounding mountains and rivers, even when the snow is melting, the atmosphere is still warm, like a natural earth cage stove. The Yi family of Yunkatang is also a recognized big landlord on the mountain. He has a lot of land deeds. Even the 2 small mountains and 2 big lakes are actually the private property of Pushan. The 4 people gathered around the table and drank tea. Chen Pingan raised his legs and took out the dry tobacco rod. It was made of ordinary green bamboo in the mountains. The cigarette holder came from Longshu River. It was carved from a white jade stone, and a bag of golden shredded tobacco was pinched by Chen Pingan. Small group. Old man Shui Yang smokes dry cigarettes. There are only 2 situations. Either you need to think about things with your heart and think about the long-term and near worries together, otherwise it's like now, there is nothing to think about today. Xiaomo borrowed a bright moonlight, while drinking tea, while flipping through a book of literates notes and novels dedicated to writing that strange and faint, there was an illusion about this Peijiang. Because on this main road of Peijiang, in Yanwei and Yanwei, historic water temple was built to worship the Donghai women and Qinghong. The most surprising thing is that there are different temples, but the local people it is a joint sacrifice to 2 gods of water, which is a bit similar to the gods of the earth and the gods of the earth in some earth temples. According to the book, the water empress who built the temple at the source of the Peijiang River was formerly an East Sea dragon girl. She liked writing and ink since she was a child. He often leads the maid of the dragon palace and transforms into a lady of the mortal world together, travels the Tonghai Peijiang by boat, and asks the borrower to help copy the contents of the book and treasure it in the dragon palace boudoir book building, so as to show off with her peers. Unexpectedly, he provokes the coveted beauty of a land mountain monarch, and ordered the interception at the entrance of the sea, let the mountain subordinate King Honghongzhen take the lead, overturn the dragon boat, and after the mountain monarch succeeds, the golden house hides the Jiao and imprisons the dragon girl in Pei. In the boundary of Zhangyuan, a palace was built for her. Every time the dragon girl cried, Peijiang would cause floods. Every 10 years, Shanjun had to allow her to look at the sea from the temple where Peijiang enters the sea and feel homesick. Feelings. Xiaomo toasted and drank the unique Yunwu tea from Pushan and Peijiang, and said with emotion, hate the mountain monarch, coveting beauty, abuse of public equipment, poor dragon girl, and hard to return home. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Xiaomo, you can walk alone to the Qinghong temple into the High Cow. Anyway, it is only 700 or 800 miles of waterway. It will come in a flash. What is the truth? I saw the two parties at the same time, and I knew it in person. Xiao Mo said, wait for the son to finish talking with Pu Shan, then Xiao Mo will see if he has the opportunity to visit Qinghong temple. Pei Qian said, different from Mr. Xiao Mo's notes on the mountain, there is actually a different version of the legend on the mountain, saying that the dragon girl was originally to escape the marriage, and she did not want to leave Peijiang because she had long loved the Qinghong Jun. If you belong, please ask the monarch to act together. The monarch has mercy on the pair of hard-fated mandarin ducks, but as a mountain monarch, it is inconvenient to tear his face with the Dragon Palace forces, plus the Qinghong monarch under his command, the golden statue of the not enough. It's not right to be a householder with the distinguished dragon girl. The Dragon Palace is powerful and pays attention to bloodliness. This marriage is absolutely not allowed, so I have to be a villain. Chao Qingqing nodded and said, this statement is more reliable. Xiao Mo suddenly said, in this way, the mountain monarch is respectable, and the dragon girl and the Qinghong monarch are gratifying. Although they do not have the status of husband and wife, they are indeed inadequate, but after all, they are far better than the distance between them. The river and the sea are always separated. Chen Pingan smiled and didn't speak, just vomiting a cloud in a leisurely manner. If the millet grains are here, there must be more talk. The Pushan Yunkatang where the group is about to visit, in which the Wushua line is similar to the Leigong Temple on Iazhao. Although it is famous for one continent, it is a small boxing type that is inherently difficult to open. The threshold is high. Du Yan, a person who learns boxing wants to enter the room, and his boxing skills are profound, which is not easy. The incense of Pushan Yunkatang is a bit similar to the half-descendant jungle of Buddhism Taoism. Yunkatang has always been surnamed Yi, just like Yinku Fudi has always been surnamed Jiang. Yi Yunyun likes to wear yellow clothes, so she is nicknamed Huang Yiyun. Previously, on the Tonggishao mountain, 10 people from the history of Izhou Wudao were selected. There are only 2 people alive, except for Wu Tan, the Wu Sheng who wears a bamboo sword and a wooden spear, and Yi Yunyun, who likes to wear yellow clothes. 1 man and 1 woman, 2 martial arts masters, so far have no records of fisting, just like the well water does not offend the river, each fought in Banzhou. It's just that the former likes to walk alone in the arena, coupled with the reputation of both praise and derogation, naturally it is not as good as Huang Yiyun and Pushan in Tonggishao. In private, the monks on the mountain actually complained about Wu Tan, because the first person in martial arts did not care for or care about his family. After a great battle was fought, from beginning to end, he only gained fame in the mountains and rivers of Biezhou, punching fiercely, killing demons constantly, and watched the mountains and rivers of his hometown become ruins. Pei Qian said softly, Master, this Senior Yi, the last time I met at Huang Heji, it seemed that it was just a bottleneck of anger and basic foundation. Even if I barely rank among the 10 people, the ranking should be at the bottom, at most. In the 8th and 9th state, it shouldn't be the 6th highest. On the Shanshui Mansion news, there are many immortal teachers who are fighting for Huang Yiyun. They feel that this ranking is too low and should be ranked behind Wu Tan. Pei Qian feels that this kind of thing is trivial. Chen Pingan smiled and said, if you add Master Yes Jade Pure Realm Cultivation Base, it will be ranked 6th, and the problem is not big. But if you only use martial arts to discuss superiority, as Pei Qian said, Wu Fuyi Yunyun's rankings are all hanging in the bottom. This kind of thing, to put it awkwardly, is that today's people will not speak when they bullied the ancients. On the other hand, Wu Tan is ranked 4th, but it is not a big problem. And the originator of Pushan Yunkatang, the Tianzong wizard who created push unboxing with 6 immortal pictures, was actually ranked 5th. This terrible martial artist, Yi Yugu, ranks 3rd in the Yi family's ancestral shrines where gods are enshrined and worshipped according to the time, and he is also revered as the unmoving ancestor. This person once made a great reputation in the Middle-earth god continent, and later he had a very bold evaluation: I was alone, 2 jiazi fisted against the 3 continents. The so-called Sanzhou is the hometown of Tonggizong, plus the Aquarius Island and Baijulo Island in the north. As for the Aquarius Island at that time, it can only be counted by Lezhuangding. In Chen Pingan's view, if nothing else, Yi Yugu had not yet reached the last level of the end of the martial arts at the peak of martial arts. It is estimated that because he could not break the bottleneck of the return to true level, he once walked the world in exchange for a great atmosphere. Yi Yugu, but the effect was not great, and he had to transfer to the Yupu realm and the upper 5 realms as a monk. Yi Yugu would naturally have a longer lifespan, use water to polish his skills, and slowly improve his physique. Looking for opportunities to make further progress on the road of learning martial arts. It's just that Yi Yunyun only wears yellow clothes, which reminds Chen Ping'an of Little Treasure Bottle. I don't know who Huang Yiyun is involved, and what kind of admonition is involved. Chen Ping's thoughts drifted far away. His own Xiande mountain Qingping Jianzong, unlike Shangzong's Luopa mountain, had an additional Jianzong suffix, but from the current point of view, Cui Dongshan intends to make the next sect a behemoth. Swordsmanship must of course have it. This is the foundation of a kendo sect that has not moved for thousands of years. It is just that there are more various types of qi training. This is the luxuriant branches that a large mountain sect should have. There are hundreds or even thousands of people on the larger Zongmen mountain, such as Xingyang mountain. The god sect of Aquarius Island has a middle-ranked Qingtan blessed land, and there are even as many as 2,000 disciples of the sect. Some of the major sects of Zhongtu Shenzhou, plus the Xiazong and the hilltops of the vassal, can be as many as tens of thousands of people, of course, could not be all gas trainers, accounting for the family of the mountain ferry master, as well as the servants, servant girls, and kitchen servants of various peaks and ferry houses. Roughly divided into the ancestors of the Patriarch Hall, the Inner Gate, the Outer Gate, the Miyagi, the Imperial City, the Outer City, and the surrounding vassal hills, which are the same as the capital, are the land of Jiangyi. If there is the next sect, it will be similarly built. A companion capital. Few people in the mountains are like water without a source. But if the mountain gate does not have a few high-level Taoism inheritance, it is a tree without roots, and it can't retain the cultivating celestial materials, and it's also difficult to have a lush atmosphere. Just like the Taoist technique of praying for rain next to Chen Pingan's self-buried Hishui temple, it is most suitable for the cultivation of immortals, and there are even several kinds of introductory techniques and immortal techniques passed down by the ancestors on many large mountains in the world. It can help the disciple to open up as soon as possible. After becoming a qi practitioner, they can also enter the cave realm as soon as possible. They can climb fast and have steady steps. This kind of fairy family secrets and Taoist secrets are known as opening the door and leading the way. It directly determines the depth of a fairy family sect, which can attract a large number of monastic embryos to break the boundary hand in hand in the early stage of climbing. And similar to praying for rain, it belongs to a kind of mountainside Taoist method, which can avoid the hidden danger of a sect from being blue and yellow. In fact, if Chen Pingan really wants to do everything he can, there is an immediate solution and a shortcut to take. The white-haired boy in Qilong Lane, who is still only a disciple of unrecorded handyman, has inherited most of Wu Shuangjiang's memories, except for some secrets of the unspoken dissemination of the old palace. He has some reservations and was regarded as unique by Wu Shuangjiang. The secret technique forbids the memory like a mountain, but in its miscellaneous learning, it is still very impressive, so the white-haired boy himself is like a half-year-old Taoist secret library, but Chen Pingon is neither willing nor appropriate to open this mouth. The predecessor was Huang Ho, the natural transformation of the heavenly demon except the palace maid. After all, he was just a guest at Luopa Mountain. Whether it is Luopa Mountain or Qingping Jianzong, there is a long way to go, and the future can be expected. There was a woman at the side table, frowned slightly, waved her hand to dissipate the smoke. She had tolerated the man next to the table for a long time, and the smoke swayed in the wind, which made most of the tea fragrance on her side less. It's just that she shouldn't talk too much about this kind of thing, just like drinking in the same restaurant. If anyone makes a loud noise, it's also a loud voice at her own wine table. Chen Pingon noticed the woman's movement and hurriedly put away the dry tobacco rod and cast an apologetic sight at her. The woman smiled slightly and nodded in greeting. She thought about it for a moment, and then held a cup of tea in her hand as a gift. After all monks on the mountain were traveling outside, and it was already very rare that the green shirt was willing to show weakness like this. According to some Shanshui mansion newspapers that came to other continents, if it was in that Beiju Luzhou, if the other party didn't shoot the table, it would be considered polite to say, "What are you looking at?" So today's monks from Tonggishao, even if someone travels across continents, they will first choose South Pazhuo Island, and are never willing to take the initiative to go to the northern two continents. Probably discovered that the Qingshan guest was as timid as a mouse, and he was definitely not the genealogist who was born in the great immortal family. Therefore, there is a table of tea guests not far away, a tall and powerful man with Kong Wu, who asked, "The little girl has a good tone, who has given the qualifications to dare to make random points about the ranking of these mountain martial arts masters? Really rich, who would choose this small broken ship to enjoy the scenery along the Peijiang River?" This is not the case for his group. He was born in Tianhuang Noble and has a successful cultivating master Yuan. In order to understand the suffering of the people, it would be no problem to directly sacrifice a mountain rune boat to travel to Peijiang. And the man, as a rebel, was a 6th-level martial artist who was only half a step away from the title of Grandmaster, and he was also an admirer of Huang Yun. Of course, he couldn't bear a young woman talking nonsense over there. With such a big tone, why don't you go and ask Huang Yun for a fight? Don't say it's Yi Shanju, you can't even see it. It's the disciple of Xue Fuzi, her direct disciple, and you will have a questioning, so don't be beaten and cry. Pei Qian said indifferently, "Teacher and inherit." There was a handsome young man at that table, who seemed to be the leader. He held a folding fan close together, and hung a pocket and lovely peach-wood sword and fan pendant with golden silk thread. He smiled and asked, "Dare to ask the girl what her name is and who she learned from?" Pei Qian said, "Why don't you ask for your name if you meet by chance and meet by chance?" The man who was the first to speak couldn't understand the old-fashioned words of a little girl. The teacup knocked on the table heavily and smiled angrily. "Who borrowed your courage to talk to Master Yuan like this?" Pei Qian squinted at the person and said with a smile, "Fist and kick." The man laughed angrily, pretending to be angrily, "Who taught such a fierce lady?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Me." Earlier, at his own Yundu, who was just under the name of Lingbai Mountain, Chen Pingon casually made a crappy excuse, saying that he had caught something, and changed his mind to start. Turning back alone, using the cloud and water body, walking to the prison used by Lingbai Mountain to lock up the training of airmen, and meeting the guy who dared to wipe the money in the shop. He did not charge the money, and taught him to go out for free. The simple truth is that the eyes must be well managed. By the way, I asked about the origins and roots of this group of people. Originally belonged to the prince of the old Daxia dynasty who was in the troubled restoration of the country. The royal family like them was ordered to go out to make money for the royal family. There were as many as more than 20. On a secret mission, to recruit those old genealogy masters whose hilltops were broken and displaced, as well as Yamazawa Yeshio, and the Green Forest heroes who fell into the grass. Their own court does not care about their origins. Heroes do not ask where they come from, as long as they are willing to nod their heads. Take a trip to the Beijing city, record files in the Ministry of Rights, and register in the household tribe, and you will be able to ascend to the sky in one step and immediately become the worship master of the Daxia dynasty, eat royal food, gain official status, and enjoy the blessing. Probably the immortal master who traveled down the mountain at the table had never seen such a chat, but found it interesting and less annoying. There were already people around who couldn't help laughing. Among them, the two women at different tables, Chobwa Yingying, affectionate, look at the same person by appointment. The person they peeked at was Chao Sunny. What a handsome man, gentle, and a bookish man. As for the other two men who were at the same table, they were not bad, especially the man with a hosta and a long coat. It was a pity that they were a bit older. The younger brother named Yuan clenched a folding fan in his hands, then clasped his fists in his hands, and smiled, "Don't mind if you don't mind." Chen Pingan raised the teacup to the table, indicating that it would be okay. The cruise ship is near a dock. Since the boxing is in Pushan, Wufu from a foreign country who wants to be famous for boxing is of course only in Pushan. There is a water ring built next to the dock, and a large yin and yang fish picture is paved with black and white stone on the mountain, which is extremely strong. There happen to be two long-established masters of the arena, both of which are martial arts of the golden body, who can be called masters. The two sides met here to discuss their fist and kung fu tonight. A middle-aged martial artist with inferior skills was hit in the chest with a two-handed cannon hammer by an old man. By coincidence, the man who flew out hit his back directly on a passing colored boat, and the old man fisted. It was extremely heavy, and the man couldn't fully relieve his energy. A boat was hit and left the water instantly, flipping several times out of thin air. Tourists on the boat and dumplings usually fell into the water. There is no need for master to speak. Pei Qian's figure is no longer visible at the table. She touched the big ship about to fall into the river with a single palm, and gently pushed it to stabilize it on the river surface. Those who fell into the water in the Peijiang River were again dragged by a series of fist gangs. Like being dragged by their collars, they brought them back to the boat. Pei Qian pressed his palm again to break up the turbulent waves that had been swept by his fists, so as not to affect his cruise ship. Returning to the cruise ship, before taking a seat, I saw the two martial arts, one stepping on the river and the other on the shore ring, holding a fist with him in the distance to thank him. The middle-aged martial artist who was stepping on the water and stopped with a sincere expression, invited Pei Qian to come ashore. Pei Qian just clasped his fists, so he turned it down. The immortal master of the plucked genealogy began to fidget, especially the man who had had some chatters with Pei Qian. Until this moment, he really understood what is a teacher, a fist, and what is a meeting without asking for names. This little girl turned out to be a martial arts master in the far travel realm. Chen Pingan joked with the table of immortal masters, "You don't want to take care of it." The younger brother named Yuan was a bit awkward and relieved. Just say that the two women who had fallen in love with Chao Sunny at first sight, and the man in the blue shirt who didn't look at the hostess, seemed not too old. It is a pity that in the Pushan area, any fairy master is forbidden to open the mirror. And Pushan Yunkatang disciples, practicing in the mountains, must concentrate and not be distracted, and will ban all kinds of landscape residences. Therefore, the previous ban on the Tianxia Dibao in the Confucian temple had almost no effect on Pushan disciples. Only those disciples who had gone down the mountain would feel a bit regretful. The family rules are heavy and the door is strict. Pushan inside and outside dare not violate the prohibition. Chen Pingan landed in a dock, and there was still more than 20 miles of mountain road to go away from the gate of Pushan Yunkatang. And that Pushan itself is actually not a big mountain, and the scale of the mountain may not be as great as the mountain of the crown prince of a small country. In fact, the group of people led by Master Yuan should have disembarked here, carrying a secret letter from the emperor's imperial pen to discuss important matters with the master Shui in Yucatan. It's just that the younger brother hesitated, and he still planned to disembark at a dock ferry and take a detour to see more scenery. Xiao Mo was carrying a bamboo box on his back, holding a hiking stick, and lightly tapping the green bamboo stick. He smiled and asked, "My son, Yunchaotang is a martial arts school like this. Is it rare?" Chen Pingan smiled and pointed to Pei Qian. "You have to ask her. Pei Qian has traveled more continents and has more knowledge." Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. There were so many continents that he had traveled. He just walked along the way, absent-minded, so he had to have it, but the master would not, he would double it. If you make a half-price discount yourself, master doubles it, but it's a big difference. Just seeing Xiao Mo waiting for his answer, Pei Qian had to say, "The number of cultivation paths of the Yucatang disciples is not very common in Haoran, but if Pushan disciple succeeds in forming a pill, or becoming a golden martial artist, unless you are a first-class genius and get permission from the Patriarch Hall, you can continue to walk the two roads at the same time. In addition, you need to choose one of the two. You can only focus on refining qi or martial arts. In the divine continent of China, there is a sect with a small number of people on the mountain. Without exception, the ancestor's sword repairer will be a Fulu monk. There is also a sect in the history of Jinjiazu, which is similar to Pushan, except that there is one more alchemy skill, but the mountain gate was barren. The monster clan is gone, and now there are less than 10 disciples left. There is only one earth immortal. Their ancestors and teachers have all died in battle, and even a guardian is gone. They want to restore the old glory of the sect. It's hard. Pei Qian once fought side by side with them on several battlefields from south to north in Jinjiazu. She had also rescued the young earth fairy who had the ambition to die. Chen Pingan explained, "This is because there are many piles of Pushan boxing, which are very ingenious and have a long history. They are derived from the 6 pictures of immortals handed down by the ancestors of Pushan. Choosing the piano, chanting with a high priest, and fishing the moon with a bamboo basket. Therefore, the martial arts of Yucatang has been passed on from generation to generation, coupled with the continuous improvement and supplementation of the mountain masters and ancestors of the past. With the rest of the pile frame and the fist technique, there is the saying that the pile comes from the picture and the fist goes to the picture. Such a sect, as Pei Qian said, looking at the entire Haoran, the world is not too much. Although the monks walk on 2 roads, they are physically tough, and the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages, but the disadvantages are not small, such as the cloud cover not far away. In the foggy Pushan, Shugao is higher, but it has not yet been able to become the Zongzi head immortal family. In fact, Pushan has had 2 opportunities in its history. One was the founder of the mountain, Yi Yugu, who entered the Yupu realm that year. After leaving the customs, go down the mountain to visit friends, and go to reminisce with Sun Yuan, the best friend of Yuguizong. It's a pity that this trip down the mountain resulted in a terrible disaster. For some reason, he was conspired by an expert, but Yi Yugu was seriously injured and returned, but he did not say who it was until he died. Even with the ancestors and the descendant disciples, it seems that not mentioning a word. This is another unsolved case on the mountain that has been puzzled for thousands of years. It is only now that Tong Yezhou has started to turn over the old accounts, and it is said to have noses and eyes, as if he has seen it with his own eyes. It is said that it is the ancestor of Tong Yezhou who has a narrow reputation and is worried that once Yi Yugu will enter the fairyland. With a stop-bound boxing technique, Pushan, who has been in the mountains for less than 100 years, might be able to directly wrestle with Tonggizong. Therefore, Du Mao personally went out and intercepted the dead hand secretly, and finally made Yi Yugu fall into a terrible state. Within a few years of returning to Pushan, he was seriously injured and died. Another opportunity was Yi Yunyun. Outside the end of martial arts, she was still a relatively unremarkable UP-level monk, but was delayed by that battle. After Yi Yunyun reached the 5th level, she was only in Pushun. Zhu Shitang casually raised a mouth, and did not allow the members of the Zhu Shitang to disclose this matter to the outside world. Now he does not want to report the matter to the Dafu Academy. Obviously, at least in the near future, Pu Shan has no plans to join the sect. It seems that Pu Shan is always a little bit so interesting when it comes to entering the sect, God's will. God is not beautiful. As if to compensate, the 7th fairy picture that Yi Yunyun had obtained not long ago is extremely precious and invaluable. Chen Pingan listened to Jiang Shangjin emphatically mentioning it. It is a wall-to-wall picture with a rank higher than the 6 pictures from the ancestors. Moreover, before leaving Haoran world, the chief Zhou also left a special letter in Luopishan mentioning this matter. According to Jiang Shangzhen's letter, the origin of this picture is extremely unusual. It depicts a monk wearing a robe on the back, but wearing a Taoist crown, holding a jade wat, and facing a mural. There are paintings in the painting, and on the mural there is a rubbing of an ancient bronze tripod, and thousands of ancient seal characters densely packed. Pei Qian suddenly smiled and said, "Master, since Sister Huang Ting has returned to her hometown, when shall we look for her?" She still had a good impression of the female crown sister. The face is cold and warm, anyway, it is very different from Sui Right. Chen Pingan said, "We will go back to Xianda Mountain first, and then go to Xiaolongqiu together." Walking on a secluded road leading to Pushun Mountain Gate. Chen Pingan couldn't help taking out the dry tobacco rod again, squinting to think about things. Why Pushun was able to escape in the ruined mountains and rivers of a continent, this is actually a very intriguing thing. On the mountain, from Fuzhong to Tapingshan, even if it is the Yuguizhang, although the ancestral industry will not be cut off, there are not a few living people left in an ancestral hole. Until now, every time it is discussed, half of it is still empty. Seat. At the foot of the mountain, the only one who protected the country and continued the Daquan dynasty, the frontier army died in countless battles, but they could only retreat step by step, and finally barely defended a mirage city without losing. Only Pushun seemed to have just fought a few painless mountain battles, the thunder was heavy and the rain was small, and a few big military account monsters watched from a distance. For some reason, they had a tacit understanding, and they did not really deal with Pushun. Shot. Otherwise, Yi Yunyun would not have thought of going to the Daquan dynasty to fight. According to Cui Dongshan, it was Wen Hai who had high hopes for this unremarkable Pushun. Chen Pingan clearly understood that it involved pure Wufu's dead end and the reopening of Shinto in the world. But today's monk Tong Yizhou, intentionally or unconsciously ignored this matter, only as the shelter of the ancestor of the Yun Chao Tang Yi family in Pushun, Hongfu Chitian. Near the mountain gate, Chen Pingan put away the dry tobacco rods. This thing is still not used to it, choking others, even more choking yourself, it seems to be more difficult than drinking. Xiaolongqiu Zhu Mountain, Longmian Mountain, on the top of the mountain where the Zhushitang is located, also known as Mind Point. There is a female crown who is a foreigner who is here to cultivate. After asking the sword, she still didn't leave. Nail an ancient sword into the ground on the top of the mountain, as if this way, the top of the mountain became her territory. It's just that even monk Xiao Longqiu had to admit that the woman asked about the sword's posture, function was chic. Fortunately, Xiao Longqiu has blocked the news as much as possible. In addition, there are not many immortal schools in Tonggishao today, and there are not many newspapers on the mountain. Otherwise, if this is spread out, outsiders will laugh out loud. Different from Haoran Bezu, Tonggishao is notoriously blocked, like an old antique who is depressed but arrogant. That's why Jiang Shangjin became so lively. Fuzhong and Tapingshan, two large sects, now only one person remains, like a single seedling. Huang Ting, the female crown, stood on the edge of the cliff, leaning the sword in both hands, looking up at the moon. She is among the Yupu realm in the colorful world. There is good luck there, and there are many opportunities, but this kind of blessing from heaven, for her, has been accustomed to her since she was a child. Anyway, when I was a child, there was a wandering expert who passed by the Taiping mountain, saying that she was a lucky man. The previous sword split the mountain and water restrictions of the mountain protection formation, and another sword severely injured Xiaolongqiu Shanzhu, and the last sword split the Patriarch Hall in two. She hung her sword in the air, and only 2 words with the stunned monkey Shan. Who will pick up the sword later? Be careful of the dead. But if anyone can take the 3 swords, I paid for the repair of the Patriarch's Hall at home. Of course no one dared to take the sword. This Tapingshan female crown, Huang Ting. She is one of the most legendary female nuns in Tonggishao in the past. Yuqiu Zong Jiang Shang is really lucky, and the blessing of the Huang Ting of the Taiping Mountain is also known as one continent and double buy. Huang Ting's sudden return to his hometown this time made the entire Xiaolongqiu a big surprise. Because the gate of Tonggishao was opened at the beginning, leading to the new world of refuge, the Confucian Temple set a 100-year deadline at that time, and then the door will be opened on time. That's why Huang Ting's abrupt appearance made Xiaolongqiu caught off guard. In fact, a foreigner walked to the Tapingshan site before and made Xiaolongqiu aware of something wrong. When Huang Ting appeared to ask the sword, he was completely dead. Up. Nowadays, when discussing matters in the Patriarch Hall, it is not thinking about driving people, but discussing how to make amends with the female champion sword repairer of the sect, so that he is willing to move out of the Patriarch Hall, even if he doesn't leave the heart and move a place. The Yuaning monk Xiaolongqiu is really in charge of now. He originally planned to take the position of the new official with 3 fires to help the division occupy the Taiping mountain site, gather the remaining Taoist rhyme, and add some of his own natal objects to try to recreate a moon mirror, both public and private, is a road benefit, which is more practical than building a wild garden for people to visit. Huang Ting looked around. Xiaolongqiu was surrounded by the water country Zigua, and the mountain was enshrined in the left and right sides. It was a rare moon-picking ape that was not a genus that moved the mountain, and a big scorpion. In addition, in the jurisdiction of the mountains and rivers, there is a giant blue and a big catfish. There is no official title of the court, and he has named himself the Great Sage of the River and the Great King of Huangshui. I just heard that during that big battle, they all ran away, the battle ended, and they all returned. It's just that Xiaolongqiu didn't care about these 2 Shui Bo Yuemo felt that the 2 golden pills would not flow into the field of outsiders, and it would be good to be a decoration. Xiaolongqiu's treasure of Jinshan is a Guyu gourd. The female mountain lord who suffered a sword from her is known as Master Qingshuang. It's just that it's her junior who is really in charge now, who is very talented and has a bad temper. The reason is very simple. One sword cut through the ban on the landscape. Master Qingshuang, who was in retreat, did not hesitate to break through and took Huang Ting's second sword. On the other hand, the man seemed to like to watch theater more, and he is stealing now. Happy. After all, senior sister Shanzhu has been in retreat for a longer period of time since she came to this. No one who has been a child in 40 to 50 years, she can't think of returning to her original state. This person has a destiny, a fishing rod, which seems to be able to make a round of bright moon in the water as bait. It is similar to the Dragon King basket. Today, the only monk Xiaolongqiu who dared to approach the hut is a young female monk named Linghu Banana Fish, with the name Shu Shu. The monk's Dao name in the mountain is like the word for the man and the crown under the mountain. Qi practitioners can't have it casually, they have to be in the middle 5 realm of the cave. Both parents are monks Xiaolongqiu, a pair of couples in the mountains. As the only daughter, the little girl naturally loves her very much, but they all died in the battle outside the mountain. They shouldn't have to die. I heard that there are old friends outside and must be rescued. Maybe in the eyes of many people, even in the eyes of Xiao Longqi's own monk, this is looking for death by himself, which is simply ridiculous. But Huang Ting didn't feel ridiculous at all. That's why the little girl named Linghu Banana Fish came here to be a guest. A green snail hung on the girl's waist is a magic weapon for shouting the mountain. It is a bit like an exorcism to the mountain, but it can only be done to train the mountain to the mountain and the land. It is not as powerful as the latter and can expel the mountain. Drive the mountains into the sea. This Xiaolongqiu seems to have trouble dealing with the mountains. For example, there is a boiled stone platform on the mountain, and there is a rolling mountain river outside the mountain. The only interesting thing is that in ancient times there were two immortals who played against each other in the mountains. Matsushita only left a game of residual chess. Huang Ting has been there for a stroll, and it is indeed a bit of a doorway. She turned her head and saw the little girl approaching here, and when the other person approached, Huang Ting walked towards the hut, and the little girl followed, with a great tacit understanding. In the hut, there was only one bed and one stool. After the winter, a brazier was added. A bag of charcoal was placed in the corner. Huang Ting sat on the edge of the bed with his feet on the edge of the brazier, leaning forward, holding the tongs, and flicking the charcoal fire. Linghu Banana Fish squatted aside, reaching out to keep warm. Huang Ting said, "Is there a stool?" Linghu Bananayu got up and moved, sitting on the bench, sitting opposite Huang Ting's fire. Huang Ting said casually, "Linghu Banana Fish, a burnt and mushy fish. What do your parents think of giving you such a name?" Linghu Banana Fish smiled and said, "Sister Huang Ting, there are ways here. After my mother was pregnant with me, one day she dreamed of a faint pond under the shade of a bunch of banana trees, and a fish floating up. When he got to the shore, Wei raised his head to look at his mother and talked. Both father and mother thought it was a good omen, and there was a name like me. Nowadays in the mountains, the elders and colleagues will deliberately avoid her father and mother not to say, 'Of course it is kind,' afraid that she will be sad. But in fact, she doesn't think too much, even feels, 'Father and mother are such a good person, why don't you say a few words? It must be too happy and sad. Like now.'" Huang Ting asked, "Aquarius Island in the north, there are De and Xiaolongqiu, do you have any connections with you?" Linghu Banana Fish looked blank, huh? She was the first time she heard that there was also a Xiaolongqiu on the Aquarius Island. Huang Ting asked, "Would you like to go to the Taiping Mountain to meditate with me?" Linghu Banana Fish thought for a while, shook his head, and said timidly, "No more." Huang Ting was only on a temporary basis, and casually said that the little girl didn't want to let it go, jokingly, "You don't have to worry about marrying anyway. The latest Washington Rouge list in Yunku Foodie, the little girl in front of me, is just one of them." Linghu Banana Fish was a little embarrassed. He raised his head and glanced at the female crown elder sister in the light of the charcoal fire. The other party looked much better than himself. Huang Ting pointed to a saber hanging on the wall, and smiled, "Different from you, I am Jinqiu. My face is not pretty, but I can't eat it." As for the saber brought back from Wutsai world, she picked it up from a secret site. About Mo is the immortal soldier and enlightened, he automatically recognized the Lord, lit up a sword light, and went straight to her. At that time, she was just following a large group of immortal masters to watch the excitement. Seeing those middle 5 realm gods are information and what they are, busy and very hard, and she is just bored and relieved. At that moment in the colorful world, a golden core immortal, she dared to start a sect. In addition, Huang Ting also accepted a little girl as an apprentice there, like a local child born in a colorful world. It's just that I didn't bring them back together this time, and took the children to Feishengcheng to take care of them. After all, in that colorful world, there is actually a mountain on which the three characters Taiping Shan are erected and sealed. Within 1,000 miles, the monk will not enter, otherwise he will ask her about the sword. The reason why he was able to leave Wucai Tianxia as an exception was because Ning Yao, the number one person in the world, found her somehow. At that time, Ning Yao was also accompanied by an eccentric girl, holding a green bamboo stick, and riding a hand inkstone around her waist, which seemed to be called Guozhujiu. The little girl speaks very interestingly. She claims to be a direct disciple of Master Hermit. She has average sword skills and strong boxing skills. Ning Yao told Huang Ting about the recent situation of the Taiping Mountain in Tonggishao, saying that Chen Pingan had disrupted Xiao Longqia's plan to occupy the old site there. He also said that if Huang Ting is willing to return to his hometown and help Guozhujiu protect the road in the long river of time, as a thank you, the Confucian temple will not stop it. Here, the Taiping Mountain is, under the sect, and Fei Xingcheng can help take care of it for 100 years. Huang Ting looked at the woman with the sword box back who seemed to be discussing with him. It's really hard to be the first person in the colorful world. At that time Guozhujiu said loudly, Master cherishes it. Then the girl lowered her voice and said, Madam, don't worry, I have arrived at the Luopa Mountain in Aquarius Island. If I find those Humizi, I dare to entangle the master repeatedly, then don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. The little girl made a gesture of wiping her neck. Ning Yao touched the girl's head, with a gentle expression, and smiled, Your master, you are not afraid of anything, and you are most afraid of something. I know exactly what happened. It was not until that moment that Huang Ting passed Guozhujiu's 3 successive titles and was surprised to discover the truth. It turned out that Guozhujiu's master was the hermit of Jianqi Great Wall, that is, Luopashan Chen Pingan. Huang Ting knew that if it weren't for Chen Pingan, and because Ning Yao couldn't make a difference with him, there was no need to waste a piece of merit at the Confucian temple. Looking at Ning Yao's face and eyes, Huang Ting finds it very interesting. Are you Ning Yao? Can you be such a woman? But this may be a woman, just like it. Willing to become less like yourself for someone. Linghu Banana Fish lowered his head and said timidly, Sister Huang Ting, Grand Master asked me to ask you something. I dare not refuse, nor do I dare to tell you. Huang Ting couldn't help but think for a while, and said, It's okay, just tell him, I will leave when I'm tired of staying here. Linghu Banana Fish nodded vigorously. Now that there is an answer, there is nothing wrong with it. Glancing at the innocent little girl, Huang Ting sighed, and made an exception and repeated inquiries, really not following me. Linghu Banana Yuk shook his head gently, bent down, stared at the charcoal fire in the stove, and whispered, I have to go to the grave for my parents every year. I can't do it if I go to Taiping Mountain to practice. Huang Ting nodded, humming. Taiping Shan is now alone. Wherever you are, Taiping Mountain is where you are. Being in a foreign land, I just feel lonely. Back home, but lonely. In the middle of Tonggishao, a small country that had just restored the country, in the county seat of Liuzhou where it was governed, after the war for so many years, it has finally recovered a bit of anger. At the supper stall, a scholar and a fat man sat at a table, each eating a bowl of hot snail noodles. In fact, along the way, from autumn to winter, the two of them are two ghosts to be precise. They have also seen the grain-carrying convoy crossing the river by the water mill at the foot of the mountain, the old man carrying a long pole on his shoulder, there is a pheasant hanging. Food is the heaven for the people, and the old cow is by his side. Tian Zhejian said that this year was a good year. The two bowls are actually not small on the supper table at the moment, but they are especially small compared to the bowls of Bio Palace. The fat man shook his head as he ate, this cinnamon, almost meaning. The sour bamboo shoots didn't use the yellow mud tip in the spring bamboo shoots, not to mention the soaking of sanjiao. It's not as good as the Mui Shuefu where he was a guest. The scholar tapped the chopsticks on the tabletop lightly. It's almost enough. A big bowl of snail noodles for 5 cents is cheap and good. What do you want? The key is that this fat man's mouth is broken like a mother-in-law, and he has almost 2 bowls, and depending on the posture, he can have another bowl. He took a fat man with a pseudonym Gusu, suddenly stopped his chopsticks, raised his head, reached out and wiped his mouth, and then wiped it on the bottom of the table. I'm so suffocated. What's wrong with you on the previous crossing? Who did you see? Or did you catch a big fish that slipped through the net? It's obviously a good thing, and it's not that pretty lady. Why can't you share? Yes, it's not as good as the others. Zhong Kuei raised his hand, planning to check out. The fat man was anxious and yelled, "Why, the gap between the teeth is not filled. I want to have another bowl." Zhong Kuei ignored him, but when he paid for it, he directly gave 4 bowls of snail noodles. The fat man had a full hiccup, and he was still a little eye-sighted. If he left it, he could be promoted. Zhong Kuei sat with his arms folded, eating the second bowl of snail powder by the fat man in front of him. This guy is really rare. It is said that when he was young, he was addicted to gambling, forgot to sleep and eat, was idle, and did nothing. Before this fat man usurped the throne and established the country, he personally used a chessboard to kill people, and he was also unknown on the street. The woman of his identity slapped her face to her face but didn't fight back. Can say some sour words, say that the beautiful young man with a golden whip went to leap on a green horse. At that time, the spring clothes were thin and the apricot blossoms were blowing all over his head. Just like this moment, it can be said that the person is extremely hungry, and as soon as he works, he will eat deliciously, eat and drink well, and sleep when he touches the pillow. Sleeping can be at ease, not to mention that you will no longer miss the big girls you see during the day. Even the emperor is not timid, there is no time to think about those who have or not. Zhong Kuei whispered, "It is a very bitter saying to cure all diseases." The fat man rolled a large amount of chopstick snail noodles. It smelled stinky, and it tasted fragrant. He curled his lips. "No matter how bitter it is, I still have to obediently accept my fate. The water has roots, the mountains have ins and outs, and people have birth, aging, sickness and death. Since it is the rules set by God, we have to bow our heads without bowing our heads. Besides, I am not a scholar of you, and I don't pay attention to the sorrow of the world, and the people are always hard. Take a 10,000 step back and say, my future generations will have a bad reputation. But back then, when I was the emperor sitting on the dragon chair, the people of my family craned their necks to let the monks of other countries chop. Do you think they dare to chop? So let me say, the Dali Song family in the north, at most it's the realm I made early that year. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, this kind of bold rhetoric is worse than the rest. Gusu grinned, what about being that human face? I can't tell you wrong. In fact, the two sides should have gone to Dafu Academy a long time ago. The reason why they changed their route, circling the water all the way and then around the mountain, swaying here, what else could be done, was not the idea of Master Zhong Kuei. Gusu doesn't have the ability to fortune tellers, and I don't know what Zhong Kuei is thinking. When he was an official before and didn't wear dragon robes, the former emperor who was more moody than himself would bring in a fortune teller from time to time and ask them to tell your own fortune, when will you die? The fate of the fortune-telling gentleman can be imagined. Dafu Academy was rebuilt on the old site. The new head of the academy came from the Linlu Academy of the Dai dynasty, Qinglongzhou, and was the real name of the demon clan of Huang Tingguo's eternal water dragon. When the fat man finished eating, Zhong Kuei took him to a county town god's temple. The yamen was brand new, and he was a new county town god. Gusu asked, Brother Zhong, why don't you go directly to the Ziqinghuang? It really doesn't work. Our brothers will go to the county Chenghuang to be awe-inspiring. Because the governorship of the state and the government are located at the same time, the governor's office, the government office, and the county office are all in the same city, and there are still 2 Fugwa counties in one city, or they can be regarded as a pair of difficult brothers and sisters, according to the officialdom. Doorway. This is called Sansheng's unfortunately known county attached to Gua. Sansheng committed evil to attach to Gua's provincial capital. Similar to Fuguo's county magistrate, Chenghuangyi in one place is in a similar situation, and it's even harder to become an official. When they wandered around the city during the day before, they heard some gossip. It is said that the 2 Fugwa counties here have been fighting for the title of first county in the past 2 years. The ranking of Fugwa counties is generally based on the historical length, but the famous counties such as Shangyuan and Renhe seem to have priority. Now Zhongkui's status is aloof, similar to the kind of imperial minister who helped His Majesty the Emperor patrol the world and help the army and the people in the barnyard official history. Even if Zhongkui doesn't have a serious Fengdu official body for the time being, but like it is written in a novel, he can hold a Shangfang sword and he can cut it first and play it later. Therefore, compared with the local ministers of Xinjiang, he has greater authority, because Zhongkui can do things cheaply. Zhongkui stood at the door, entered in no hurry, and suddenly said, "I received a secret letter earlier." Gusu rubbed his face vigorously with both hands. "Why, your friend, besides interrupting Xian's Hanqing, has he done something extraordinary? Come on, let's talk about it and see if you can scare me to death." Zhongkui laughed in his heart and said, "It's nothing, it's just that someone robbed half of the Luluo River, and then emptied Tuiyue Mountain in one fell swoop, beheaded an ascending demon, and jointly migrated to Mingyue Haotsai to the Qingming world." Gusu laughed and said, "I thought it was such a big deal, that's all." The fat man wiped his forehead, but fortunately, there was no sweat. "Brother Zhong's friends are my friends. Since they are all friends, what kind of realm do you want to talk about? Let me say, your friend, the more handsome you look, men have to be like this. At first glance, it's not so good. But it can make others look more and more exciting." Gusu gave a high thumbs up. "Zhongkui, it is still possible for you to make friends. In this matter, I am indeed inferior to you. I have to give you a sincere thumb." Seeing Zhongkui's smile, the fat man rubbed his face with his thumb. "His looks, when I was young, he had to give him 3 points. This fat man obviously started to make up for it. Before, I thought that the young hidden official who could abduct Na Ningyao to be a couple would be a big trotter who was sure to be good at rhetoric. He was a master who had a bad stomach and couldn't eat coarse grains. As a result, I heard about these great changes in the wild hinterland." Gusu then contacted Zhongkui and the content of the conversation between the big demon Wu Chao. The fat man thought with his ass, knowing who did the series of activities. Even if it wasn't Chen Pingan who handed the sword in person, it was the young hidden official who took the lead, so he immediately turned around. "This kind of hero who has never met in 1,000 years, I must help me to recommend it when I look back, let alone call me brothers and sisters. Even if you call him brother, I don't lose heart." Zhongkui smiled and said, "I'll see you soon." Looking back at the street, Zhongkui suddenly changed his attention temporarily and smiled, "Find a place to drink." The fat man patted his chest and said, "Old rules, I will check out." Zhongkui looked at the fat man. The fat man said angrily, "The new rules, I will always check out in the future, and I will agree in advance, except for drinking flower wine. Otherwise, in accordance with his Uncle Gus's consistent aim, he should not be greedy for generosity, and when a ghost is not greedy for boldness." Zhongkui asked with a smile, "I heard that you have always treasured the 13 lines of jade editions." The fat man turned his head and sighed fiercely, "Which historian's lard is heartbroken, splashing my dirty water to ruin my reputation." Zhong Kui patted the fat man on the shoulder. If not, I would advise you not to see my friend, just stay a little longer, he is very vengeful. The fat man's eyes turned sharply, and he began to weigh the pros and cons. Zhong Kui walked to a roadside wine shop, and after taking his seat, he began to drink in silence. Smart people are willing to do stupid things, good people can do feats. What is a night is a river and lake flowing in the bones. Tonight is refreshing, there are guests and wine, taking advantage of the day's breeze and clear moon. The night was heavy, and when they arrived at the gate of Pushun Yunkatang, Chen Pingon and the two concierge monks reported their identities. However, compared to the last time, he has the identity of Xiandu Mountain. The concierge had obviously been greeted here. He had only heard of Chao Mo, and asked Xiancher Chao to wait a while and immediately convey the matter with a blue bird charm made of origami. Xiao Mo took a look, a little familiar. This esoteric messenger talisman in Pushun, a woman riding a blue bird. Soon two people rushed to the mountain gate to greet the distinguished guests of Qin Pingon. Xue Huai, a martial artist in the remote travel realm, this old man has a clean appearance and a refined manner. Wearing a Luan scarf on his head, he is floating out of the dust with ancient meaning. So even though he is the master of martial arts, he has always been respected as Xue Fuzi outside the mountain. Xue Huai followed an old Yuanying monk with a fairy wind and bones, holding a whisk in his hand. The last time he defended the road, Xue Huai had already met with Chao Mo and Jing Qian when he traveled to Huanggeji in the blessed land of the Cloud Grottos. As one of Yi Yunyun's direct disciples, Xue Huai and the chief of the Jinding Temple dedicated to Luing, and both are the apologists of a large group of young people. Master Yi Yunyun wanted to ask Chao Mo about a boxing, but that Chao Mo claimed to be a junior, and declined the question of boxing. After listening to the master, that Jiang Shangjin said that his friend Chao Mo was this person, and he refused 3 times in a row. But since the other party was Jing Qian's master, Xue Huai didn't think it was Chao Mo's delusion. Not to mention that it was an expert who was taught by the other party. He was able to kill the quartet on the battlefields of Jinjiazhu and Ao Pingzhou, killing countless demons, and saving people. What's more, this disciple also had 4 games with the Duan Chao Xiaiwen Quan. Xue Huai's feat, even if he was a martial artist in the far-flung realm, he didn't think he could do something similar to that of a disciple of others. He only talked about the question about Chao Si's questioning. It is estimated that Chao Si would not be willing to make a move at all. When Xue Huai was on his way down the mountain, he saw Chao Sunny and the Xiaomao holding a hiking stick at first sight. Xue Huai held a fist and apologized, "Master Chao, my master and a friend have gone on a trip. They are not on the mountain, but they are not too far away. The Ancestor Hall has already sent a letter with a flying sword. You can return to Pushun within an hour." On the side, old immortal Master Yuaning slapped a whisk. The chief saluted, and respectfully said, "Tanrong, ancient wooden sandalwood, water is full of melting. Nowadays, I am Pushun Zhonglu, and I pay respect to Chao Xianshi. It's not that the old immortal master is easy to talk, and he gives a big gift when he sees people. In fact, in Pushun Zhu Shirtang, Tan Rong is notoriously hard to talk. Huang Yiyun, the owner of the mountain, does not care about things, so Tan Rong cannot be a villain. Up. Moreover, few of the masters of the disciplines of the fairy mountains in the world and the sect are good-tempered. It's really Pushun, and the Master Chao, who has a good face, owes a sturdy favor to the gods. A former faxer from Lu Yong of the Qinghu Palace took the initiative to visit Pushun and sent 2 stoves. Yuan of fairy money was confiscated. According to the owner of the mountain, it was the Master Chao in front of him who helped Pushun and Qinghu Palace match the bridge. Chen Pingon clasped a fist and smiled. It has long been known that Tanzhong LV is the master of gold and stone on the mountain. The collection of seals has shed thousands of seals. The younger generations must take this opportunity to visit the Tanzhong LV Tianjin Wanshishai. I never thought that Master Chow would be so good. The smile on Tan Rong's face is even thicker. It's important to know that this old Yuanying has two of the most itchy parts in his life. One is half 100 years old. He is a golden-bodied martial artist, so he once personally engraved a pair of private book seals. Moreover, Tan Rong has a very rich collection of seals. Tan Rong led the group of guests from Xiande Mountain, and went to Pushun's hospitality place with Yufeng, which is located on the Sea of Clouds near the mountain Zushatang. Yunkatang will choose this place only to entertain the distinguished guests. In the depths of Baiyun, there is a towering old tree with verdant greenery covering several acres and surrounded by a circle of white jade railings. The disciples of Yunkatang, regardless of men and women, have many talents, and almost everyone is proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I had a very happy conversation with the Master Chow on the way. At first I thought that the other party was talking about Jinshi together. They were just saying some kind words that would make the relationship closer. Unexpectedly, the more they talked, the more they fell in love with each other, and they talked about something few people knew. In Xia, the other party's song no comments, often in one sentence, very insightful, by no means an expert word that can be said by looking at a few books on imprints and holding a Buddha before going up the mountain. Xiao Imo just wanted to understand another truth. With 18 martial arts, he would never be idle, he would always be useful in time. Pei Qian glanced at someone diagonally, as if saying that my master would do it, would you? How to be a proud disciple? Chao Qingqing had no choice but to miss that junior sister Guo for no reason. If Guo Zhuzhou is here, the biggest headache is Pei Qian. Every time 100 flowers bloom on the tree, and one flower blooms, there is an exquisite and lovely woman who appears in it. They are all the genus of flowers and plants that have been successfully refined. The unique scenery of the immortal family on the mountain is quite exhausting. Not to mention that even Tan Rong and Shui Hui can't see it if they want to. Patriarchs of the past dynasties of Pushun have always respected those little guys and should not disturb their cleansing at will. Therefore, the little guys are very temperamental, and often neglect their work. Once the flowers bloom, they will lie there and stay motionless, but they will make a joke. It's not that we have never experienced such an embarrassing situation. I can't teach, am even more reluctant to beat and scold. What else can I do? You must know the last time the two distinguished guests visited, but Sun Yuan, the old lord of Yuguizang, led the new lord Jiang Shangjin, and joined forces visit Pushun. When the flowers bloomed last time, there were countless curses, one after another, and there were even many charms, or akimbo or jumping, spitting at Jiang Shangjin. The new sect master, who was arrogant, rushed around, picked up the rein in both hands, and licked his face, thanking him again and again. Finally, I put on the sentence, "Good rain knows the season, and it happens when you meet me." Such a distinguished guest, it is better to come less. So before Zhongli Tan Rong went down the mountain, he made a special trip to greet him in advance, and he had to say ignorantly that today's distinguished guest, Chao Mo, although he was the last guest of Yu Guizhong, it has nothing to do with that Jiang Shangjin half a coin. Then the old Zhongli was worried that he would be self-defeating, and then solemnly said about the two furnaces sitting in the Qinghu Palace and forgetting the pill, and the deeds of the Jingqian, the little spirits looked attentive, and they had longed for it long ago. White clouds are like lichens spreading in the sky, bright as day. Beside the dozens of white jade stools arranged as astrology, after Tan Rong and the other guests were seated, the old fairy took out a small bronze chime colored like jasper from his sleeve and tapped it 3 times with his finger to make it clearer and more melodious. From high to low, the flowers bloom in the next time. The women in the flowers are graceful, dancing, or playing the piano or playing the flute. They sing rumors in ancient sayings and sayings. They are about 1 finger long, and they are all gods with crescent eyebrows. The clothes are smoky, the skirt sleeves are wide and long, the fragrance is swirling, and the scene is exquisite and immortal. When the vision was over, Chen Pingan got up and held fists to thank the immortals who lived in the ancient trees. Of course, the 3 Xiao Mo followed up. Among them was a pocket-sized woman with a white jade seal, wearing a quaint and true crown. Her eyes flowed, she had clear hair, she moved a few steps, stood beside the petals, and asked, "Master Chow, listen to the sandal palms, do you come from Yugyu sect? Do you recognize the old Jiang who has made great achievements in battle?" Tan Rong was immediately worried. It was just this kind of thing, and it was not easy to remind Xiao Mo in his heart. However, Chen Pingan had already understood that when he went out, especially in front of women, who said that he and Jiang Shang are really friends, not stupid, so he shook his head and smiled. Xiao Mo is just a stubborn Yugui zonking, where? It's fortunate to be able to recognize sect Master Jiang, which is impossible to climb. There is only Zhou Feizhou in my house at Luopa Mountain, and there is no Jiang Shangjin. The woman seemed to be skeptical, and in the end she just shook her head and said, "Man," she didn't continue to ask more. Pushun's wine is more famous than Yunwu tea, and is known as Xia Baihuanang on the mountain. Pushun is not short of money if they only give it away but not sell it. It is more than 70 places outside Pushun that rents for mountains and rivers, so Pushun's ancestor who manages money has always been the easiest. In the previous meeting of the Patriarch Hall, after discussing the issue of rent collection in various places after the Great War, Yi Yunyun was concise and gave only 2 words: forget it. Yi Yunyun is generally not involved in specific general affairs, and she always acts as a shopkeeper to make money and spend money, but every time she shows up, she has always said nothing. If the mountain owner speaks, there is no need to discuss anything. Pushun expressly expresses his words. Whether it is a famous mountain, a large mountain, a river, a lake, or an ancestral temple, as long as it is a legitimate successor, it will be rent-free for 100 years. Waiting for Yi Yunyun to return to the top of the mountain, Tan Rong once again thanked Master Chow for 2 furnaces of yuan. If it weren't for the old money fan, who's busy buying a few new hilltops now, or this time Master Chow's visit to Yunkatang, he would have to bow and thank him before he was willing to thank him. Several direct disciples were all assigned a Yui Maru, which made the matter of breaking the boundary either more sure or more eye-catching. Chen Pingan smiled and said that he was just helping out, saying that Pu Shan planned to buy a furnace of Zhuoang Dan, and did not expect that Qinghu Palace would send it out at the end. It is estimated that it is because of the old Lu that he sincerely recognizes Pu Shan's style, otherwise the most that is, the buying and selling prices are affordable. Of course, Tan Rong and Xue Huai knew the truth, but the other party deliberately said that, and it was a glamorous thing to help Pushun carry the sedan chair. The 2 parties casually chatted with Wu Tan's great disciple of the mountain, the Wufu Guobailu of the Golden Body. Xue Huai did not hesitate to praise this junior, and he was sure that Guobailuo's future martial arts achievements would be very high. The key to a 20-year-old golden figure was that he had taken the 2 characters of the strongest twice at a young age, and was in martial arts. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Guobailu must have an unlimited future." Pei Qian was sitting in jeopardy, expressionless. Whether it is a pure samurai or a monk on the mountain, they all agree with it now. That was led by Chao Ci of the Daduan dynasty, and he was alone, leading the way in the forefront, riding on the road of martial arts. In addition, behind Chao Ci, such as Xing Qian from Aquarius Island, Yu Yufu from Zhongtu Shenzhou, and Guobailu from Tonggishao, these people who have received the word strongest in the past 2 decades are considered to be the best. The young generation with the most gold content, after all, is the strongest realm in the 2 worlds, Howren and Wild. Shui Huai hesitated, but gave up the idea of discussing fist skills with Jing Qian. After all, he was a distinguished guest. Before the other party in his party saw the master, they had a fight with others, which was not ethical. Besides, this is a questioning without suspense. Shui Huai really didn't think he could go through 20 tricks under Jing Qian's hands. Can you survive 10 tricks? You have to try it to find out. After all the gossips, the mountain owners still did not rush back to Pushan after the 3 rounds of wine. It was later than expected, so Tan Rong had to take Chao Xiancher and his party to his own Tianjin Wanshishai. Ordinary guests don't want to set foot here. One party cherishes the Tibetan seal like a hero looking at the sky with blank eyes. The book is like a beauty, why bother to show the blind to the blind? When Pu Shan Zhonglu said that the Yinpu of the Baijiangxian and the Yinpu of the Jianxian were not included, I was very sorry. I just said that I have already greeted the stewards of the 2 intercontinental ferries from other towns, and I must help myself and the hilltop of Iazhao with a lot of money, including the travel expenses. Anyway, the price is no problem. One of the veteran ferry stewards who had been to the upside-down mountain, whenever he talked about the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he would always say, the new hidden official, and never called the last hidden official. Fei Yang said that although he could not discuss face-to-face with the new hermit, but later in Chunbansai on the upside-down mountain, the chair he was sitting on was only 2 chairs away from the throne of the hermit. After discussing with Xiao Yunyan, Yan Jianxian and Nalan Huansai, he touched the back of the chair and felt immortal. Don't laugh at Tan Zhongli. At that time, I just got up a little slower than that. The shameless colleagues have to line up in the end. What a spitting speech, Pu Shan's Hangla couldn't laugh or cry. Of course, I knew the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was just more news, but it was nothing. Tongyi's Hao has always not asked about the affairs of the world or other continents. But after all, Tan Rong had no choice but to behave, smiling and nodding. When the other party said not to laugh, Lao Zhongli could only really straighten up his face and not smile. In the end, the old steward started to brag about not making drafts, saying that if you had asked for the 2 prints earlier, I would discuss with the new hermit and it would be possible to give them away for free. What happened to Tan Rong at that time? Continued to nod and say yes. At this moment, the old ferry master didn't notice that, except for the calm-looking Master Chao beside him, all 3 guests looked strange. On the edge of the Pushan area, in a water temple at the source of Peijiang River, in an elegant and quiet wing, there is a woman in yellow clothes drinking tea with 2 friends. It is the kind that is sold from Aquarius Island. The Lao Tsung Narcissus in Benzhou frowned when she drank it. She had already used Peijiang first-class spring water to make tea, but it still tasted like this. Whoever set the price is in the eyes of the money. The other 3 in the house are all women. One of them is the host of this shrine. The goddess of water, who is commonly referred to as the Women of the East Sea, by the ferry master on the mountain, has the surname Ko and Shietsu. If it weren't for Huang Yiyun nodded to drink this foreign town rock tea, she was really embarrassed to take it out to treat guests. Yi Yunyun came to the ancestral temple this time to talk to Ko Xuanxiu about the specific matters of crossing the river. Because it is the Peijiang water god, there is no reason to walk the water in Peijiang, so it is meaningless, so Yi Yunyun had negotiated with the Daquan dynasty before. Then, the selection of the buried river where the old Dad Yulong Palace was located was the Emperor Yao Jinji personally came forward to chat, and it went smoothly. Lu Rou, the of the buried river water, the master of the Bio Palace, also discussed it very well, and soon wrote back a letter from the Mirage Palace, just 2 words, welcome. Opposite Yi Yunyun, there was a slender girl sitting in a pink silk dress, wearing a crane cloak. She looked at the appearance of just a young girl, but she was an extremely senior Yuaning in Tong Yezhou. It is the contemporary master of Bailong Cave, named Su Qingzhu, with the name Runyue. Beautiful appearance, desolate expression, under the woods atmosphere. Su Qingzhu likes to walk barefoot since he was a child, and has the weird habit of lifelong socks without shoes. The reason why Pushun Yunkatang participated in the Peach Leaf Alliance was that she was the lobbyist of Du Hanling at Jindingwen, but only for one reason: Su Qingzhu persuaded the original unwillingness to be mixed. And his friend Huang Yiyun on this matter. Tong Yezhou needs a boundless martial artist who is willing to punch, regardless of the cost and the consequences, to deter the monks from other continents. Su Qingzhu had been a guest in Pushun before, and had been there for a long time, because she was going to retreat soon, and the success or failure of breaking the border is unknown. The last woman, the youngest and the lowest in Taoism, is Yi Yunyun's junior, Yi Zuanji's son. Yi Xuanji, the ancestor of this young female cultivator, is Yi Yunyun's elder brother, and she has been in charge of Yun Kaitang's treasury. As long as Yi Xuanji is away from home, she is accustomed to wearing a dragon girl xiang dress robe and a string of pearl bracelets on her wrist. When she lifted the tea bowl, she lifted her wrist, glanced at the treasure hand, and smiled secretly. Because that Mrs. Tan Dan, who is now the lord of the land and water transport in the world, let Lu Shuiking speak out, there are no more beads in the mansion, no one is left. Therefore, this kind of pearl hand shining, even if it has become a swan song. So now in the mountains, the price of handmade shining has skyrocketed, more than quadrupling the original price. It's a pity that she emptied her purse, and then borrowed money from the same door, and only bought 3 bunches of palm pearls. Therefore, the ancestor who is now the god of wealth in Pushun is embarrassed to say that she spends money indiscriminately. Su Qingzhu said, "I need to go back to the mountain to retreat, so I can't protect the canal from the side on the shore." Ko Xingqiu raised the wine bowl, which was still an imitation flower cup from Aquarius Island, and said with a smile, "How dare you let the cave master protect the road? If you can still blaspheme in the future, please come back to the cave master." Su Qingzhu, who looked deserted, also smiled and raised the well-made teacup, to encourage each other. After drinking tea, Yi Yunyun didn't let Ko Xuanqiu go with him. The 3 of them went out of the temple and walked along the bank of the source of Peijiang. Su Qingzhu touched Yi Zuanji's head and asked with a smile, "Xuanji, it's rare to go out with the owner this time. Have you secretly bought the mansion newspaper?" Yi Xuanji glanced at Huang Yiyun, who was both the owner of the Yi family and the owner of the Pushun mountain. Did not dare to say. Yi Yunyun said, "As long as you don't bring back the Shanshui mansion newspaper you've seen back to Pushun." Yi Xuanji opened the chattering box and talked to the mountain owner and senior Yunyue about a lot of strange and interesting things about the northern Aquarius and Beiju Luzhou. For example, I heard that the Beiyue Piyin mountain of Aquarius Island is about to host a night banquet. It's a pity that the news of the Shanshui mansion report of my own Tonggishao is too late, and many things on the mountain are based on false rumors. Otherwise, it is just copying the contents of the mansion report of Aquarius, so it is the second or even the third road dealer. For example, until now, Yi Xuanji didn't know that the Zhuquan Pingma Zong Zhuquan at Luzhou Skeleton Beach in Beiju had already stepped down as the sect master. There was also an unknown expert who was born during the discussions in the Middle-earth Confucian Temple. He claimed to be a Nin Taoist. He was invincible in Taoism, and his skills were so messed up that he beat an old Feishing with no power to fight back. Another immortal in the Jiuzhen Immortal Hall, the Mandarin Duck Zhu, who was also in the land of right and wrong, was asked by a young sword immortal of unknown origin. The former almost died. Of course, there is also the unknown mountain called Luopa Mountain. A visit to Xingyang Mountain, the sect of the same continent, caused a great movement. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a mountain collapse and a crack. Hearing this ceremony, Su Qingzhu finally laughed and said, Yun, by coincidence, that young mountain lord seems to be named Chin Pingon. He is about the same number of climbers as you. He is a monk and a master of martial arts. Yun had obviously heard about the name of the other party, and shook her head. I said it was about the same, but it was actually a lot worse. The other party was not only a trainer, but also a sword repairman, but also a similar to Fengshua Temple Great Sword Immortal Wei Jin. It is the Yupu realm who has been in the 40s. If I just follow the statement on the debao, if I can ask for a fight with it, the chances of winning are not great. Su Qingzhu tweeted, "Such words don't make Huang Yun's back hurt anymore." She then looked a little bit angry. People are more than popular, you will get 2 furnaces for nothing when you go out. Look at me, if you don't move at home, you provoke the Lord Fu Yin from the Daquan dynasty, surnamed Yao. Yun has always been straightforward. This means that there are fewer people in the house, and there are more people in the house. There are many people in the house, and it is easy to talk wrong. Su Qingzhu was so angry that he reached out and twisted Yun's arm. Yun ignored her, just a faint sadness between her eyebrows, as if she was more worried than Su Qingzhu. Among Su Qingzhu's direct disciples, there was a child nicknamed Linzi, named Ma Linsher. This little went on a trip and made trouble. First, he was in the Mirage city of the Daquan dynasty with a one-armed lame. After making a big fuss, I realized afterwards that it was Jingqing Fu Yin, the younger brother of the Empress Daquan, and the princess from Yipin. Later, he clashed with a group of people in the blessed land of Jiang's cloud grottos, which caused Yuqi to be kicked on the ground by a child who claimed to be nicknamed Invincible Little Xinquan. The crushing force of the fight back. An immortal cultivator, who was only one step away from the immortal Dragon Gate realm, gave a child who practiced boxing a severe lesson. But here in Beilongdong, after a meeting in the Patriarch's Hall, I didn't have the slightest thoughts anymore. I wanted to go to the root of the question and ask who to blame. As soon as she was the master of the cave for many years, it was troublesome, not to mention that she is now at a critical moment of retreat and trying to break the border. It is best not to touch the red dust on the mountain. In addition, Beilongdong is even more afraid that a big trouble will get worse, and for the sake of face, hurting the inside will only outweigh the gain. Whether it was a county king and capital city Yin of the Daquan dynasty, or Yinku Fudi, the man who stood beside Yun at that time took a mouthful of Sister Yi, so frivolous, he couldn't even let Yun say anything. Has been able to explain things very well. What's more, there was an unfathomable white-clothed teenager beside the boy at that time. In his words, he did not put the white dragon cave in his eyes at all. The lover who had entered the cave realm when he was less than 10 years old, was forbidden by her. He practiced in the mountains and looked at a very honest child. He did not think about the mountains before he became a troublemaker. It's not that Yun deliberately sprinkled salt on her friend's wound. But the hidden worries of my own mountain, it is indeed bigger than the sky. Some inside stories, let alone outsider Su Qingzhu, even the girl Yi Xuanji didn't know. For example, Guo Bailu, an extremely talented and extremely young martial artist with a golden frame. Not long after the opponent left the Pushan territory, he encountered a silent assault, which was extremely dangerous. It was only when Jiang Shangjin was struck by it that Guo Bailu was able to escape the unsuspecting disaster that was originally destined to be traceless. With Jiang Shangzhen's realm and means, he couldn't really take the assassin down, and the assassin seemed to have used an extremely clever way to die. After that, Wuxing Wu Tan received the cross-continent flying sword from Pushan Yunkatang, and immediately quietly returned to his hometown of Tonggishao. He originally planned to have a fist with Yi Yunyun. It was only rejected by Yi Yunyun. Although Wu Tan was surprised, he did not force it. It wasn't because of the incident that disciple Guo Bailu was attacked, he had to anger Pushan, far from it, but Wu Tan felt that he just happened to be on the way. Thanks to Jiang Shanghen's early reminder that she was worried that she and Wu Tan would fall into a trap together, Yi Yunyun did not agree to the long-awaited Wu Tan questioning boxing. After that, Yi Yunyun began to secretly sort out that vein, a picture of a fairy facing a wall, only seeing the back but not the face of the person in the painting. Quite a bit of a feeling of fate and time are reversed, beyond the world's tolerance. Therefore, external rumors say that Huang Yiyun of Yunkatang in Pushan is preparing to retreat, and she has since put aside martial arts, devoted himself to cultivating Taoism, and wants to find a realm of immortality. Yi Yunyun suddenly said to herself, why don't Pushan just follow the lifting of the ban? It seems that the situation can't help us pretend to be deaf and dumb. After all, Tong Yezhou is no longer the Tong Yezhou with the eyes above the top. Back then, except for Middle-earth is Middle and Lower Continent, now it has become a big joke. And from now on, it is destined to be laughed at by the rest of the 8 continents for centuries and millennia. In the past in the Shanshe dynasty, when the local officials met the officials of the capital officials who went out, there was a saying that they saw the third-level officials. Today, Tonggizhou, seeing the monks from other continents, especially Aquarius, seems to be in such a situation, how awkward and frustrated. Yi Yunyun turned her head and said, Lun Yue, I wish the retreat a success. Su Qingzhu laughed at himself, even if you are lucky enough to be among the 5 realms, what can you do? Whenever a dwarf has ever seen a show, it's just as long as it is. At the little Aquarius Island in the north, when the war was fierce, Dolly was able to stop the barbaric army with the power of a single country, so that the 2 sides have been fighting from the old dragon city to the central Dadu. It was only after the water came out that outsiders were shocked to discover that it was such a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Yi Xuanji suddenly whispered, Grandma, the Di Bao said that Qin Jianxian from the Liapishan mountain is also dressed as a jade hairpin, and that young mountain master also has a disciple named Pei Qian. Haha, Jing Qian, earn money, pay money, lose money. Yi Yunyun stared, read more, practice diligently, and say less silly things. Yi Xuanji stunned immediately, drooping her head, oh. Yi Yunyun raised her hand, twisted a blue bird talisman, opened the origami and took a look at the content, put the talisman into her sleeves, and said to her friend, Rap Moon, there are guests on the mountain. Are you going back to Pushan with me? Su Qingzhu smiled and said, forget it, it's almost time to visit the mountains and the water, I will go straight back to the house. Yi Yunyun thought for a while, it'll take a distance and let Xuanji go back to the mountain first. Yi Xuanji received the decree of the grandma's grandma, and immediately returned to Pushan in a hurry. Traveling north with Su Qingzhu Yufeng, Su Qingzhu smiled and asked, can you ask who it is that you have to rush to entertain guests overnight? Yi Yunyun smiled and said, it's the noble guest who can send 2 pots of Yui Maru from Qinghu Palace. Logically speaking, should actually be greeted at the gate of the mountain. Su Qingzhu was full of joy, I changed my mind, and I will go back to Pushan with you. What is the appearance of Master Chow, how old is it, and is there a couple? Yi Yunyun said, keep on going. In the end, they said goodbye to Su Qingzhu thousands of miles away, and the speed of the 2 sides was not fast. After all, this time the Bai Long Dong master was about to close his life and death. But even so, she still had to return to Pushan earlier than Yi Xuanji. Because when Yi Yunyun said goodbye to her friends, she let go of her hands and feet, and replaced her with a terrible martial artist who traveled far and wide, rushing all the way, thundering in the sky. The Pushan hospitality place has been replaced by a Tingyun Kanyu pavilion on the top of the cliff. Chen Pingan only allowed Xiao Amo to enjoy the scenery in a white jade square outside the pavilion. Pei Qian and Chao Sunny had already stayed in 2 adjacent mansions in Xianfu. Chen Pingan and Huang Yiyun had an open heart-to-heart conversation. Some straightforward words, self-reported identity. Luopishan Chen Pingon is about to establish the next sect in Xianda Mountain of Tonggishao, and invites Senior Yi to participate in the sect celebration in the beginning of spring next year. And Jiang Shangzhen is the chief worshipper of Luopa Mountain. Yi Yunyun didn't have any doubts. It was no wonder that Jiang Shangzhen was so close to the green shirt in front of him in Yunku Fudi last time. And why does Chao Mo call himself a junior? Because he is only a young man who has only been under the mountain. When she was shocked, she became more determined. Not only did she need to lift the ban on her Shantao Dibao, she would also buy a few more Dibao with other immortal mansions in the future. That little fairy money should not be frugal. In the past, I was worried that the disciples of Yunkatang would be distracted. Nowadays, there are many things in the outside world of different continents, and there are so many things openly and secretly. How can the future Pushan Yunkatang not be distracted? Yi Yunyun looked solemn and asked, does Chen Jianxian want to lean on the next sect and join forces with Yuguizong, so that the south and the north should meet the outside, and in our Tonggishao, to establish a mountain rule where the heroes bow their heads? Chen Pingon shook his head and said, Luopishan doesn't think about it, but maybe some future actions will make outsiders feel like this. As for Jiang Shangzhen, he is only our chief worshipper of Luopishan, but Luopishan and Yuguizong do. There is no interest entanglement. Yi Yunyun frowned slightly, but she didn't think the other party had said a few nonsense. The fools on the mountain can see that in Tonggishao today, the shopping mall is like a battlefield, and it is a battlefield for soldiers. Otherwise, what do those intercontinental ferries come to Tonggishao for? Just say that Su Jun, the sword fairy who drives the mountain crossing, would not like to stay on the top of the mountain and drink the northwest wind every day. Chen Pingon continued, what I call this outsider refers to both the native monks in Tonggishao and the Aquarius monks from my hometown. In short, there are no exceptions outside of Mount Xiandu. Yi Yunyun took out 2 pots of her own wine and tossed them to each other. She raised her head and drank the wine, wiped the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand, and asked, if Chen Jianxian can really speak out, it will be easy for him not to be human inside and out. Both sides are not pleased, so what is Chen Jianxian's picture? He is never born to like to be fair, right? Chen Pingon said, if the next sect wants to grow, of course money will be earned. Of course, the site will be contended. Xiandu Mountain will definitely look for cultivating embryos in the future. It will be like that chess, you eat me and I eat you, or exchange each other's pieces. In the end, no matter who wins, both sides will be a piece of chess. Yi Yunyun asked with a smile, so it's more like a game of Go. Unless Chen Jianxian and Xian Dushan slaughtered the dragon, then the loser can still have a lot of chess pieces left on the board. Talking about things, Wang Yiyun is actually a well-deserved national player on the mountain, but she rarely plays chess with outsiders, and her disciple Xue Huai, who is known as one of the top 10 on a continent outside the mountain, can be found in her master's place. On the other hand, Xue Huai has never won a game. Chen Pingon heard the words without saying a word, just smiled and raised the hip flask, drinking with Yi Yunyun separately. Yi Yunyun drank wine. She was really straightforward. Excuse me, Chen Jianxian gave me a precise sentence. Chen Pingon nodded and said, just as Yi Shanju said, and our first sect master has extremely high chess skills. Even if you look at the entire Hauran world, they are all well-known masters. Yi Yunyun asked, it's not Zheng Pei Qian. Could it be Chao Sunny, who is the trainer? Chen Pingon shook his head and smiled, neither, you'll know when Lord Yishan attends the celebration in person. Yi Yunyun hesitated for a moment, and shook her head. Chen Shanju, I still have to say something bad. Why do you want to reason with a foreigner? You are even willing to embarrass your hometown. Tigers in the mountains harm people, and it is even more hateful to be a tiger. Yi Yunyun absolutely did not allow her Pushan Yunkatang to be led by the nose unknowingly. and eventually made any action that violated her original intention and conscience. If today, the young sword fairy who is about to own the next sect, cannot really convince herself, then Yi Yunyun will even double the price and convert it into a large amount of fairy money, and will return the 2 furnaces of Yue Wan with Qinghu Palace, and will never let him. Pushun has any connection with Xian Dushan. Chen Pingan was silent for a moment, and said in his heart, Mr. My family, the land of 3 continents, including you, Tongisao. Just as Yi Yunyun was about to drink, she hurriedly put the flask away, and said in shock, Mr. Chen Jianxian, is that Mr. Wenxing who has regained his status as a priest in the Confucian temple? Do I dare to talk nonsense about this kind of thing? Chen Pingan smiled and said, the ban on the report of Pu Shandi, Lord Yishan, can really be lifted. If nothing else, the news from the mountain will be a sum of money from the gods. After all, we are not just worrying about it. Chief Zhou, who spends money, earns money with his conscience and doesn't want too much money to press his hands on. During the discussion in the pavilion tonight, the other party didn't say a word of nonsense. She never thought that Yi Yunyun would endure it. After all, she couldn't help saying nonsense, aren't you the younger brother of Cui Guosher? Chen Pingan nodded and said, of course it is. Yi Yunyun smiled suddenly, Mr. Qin, it's better to be in a hurry, let's not do the next round. If you win, let alone participate in the next celebration, I will give you Xiandu Mountain an honorable guest. Chen Pingan smiled and said, forget it today, there will definitely be a chance in the future. It may also be necessary to play a few games with one of my proud disciples who claim to be Mr. Yi Yunyun regretted seeing that the other party seemed unwilling to play chess, but it was always difficult to hold the opponent's hand to talk, because there was no such kind of landlord friendship in the world. I have to blame myself. I am not famous for playing chess. Maybe it is because my opponent dislikes his poor skills. When she turned around, she asked her disciple Xue Huai to teach a boxing game. The old boy played so many chess games outside the mountain, without telling who did you learn chess with? Chen Pingan asked, Lord Yishan, can you let me have a look at that picture of the immortal face on the wall? Yi Yunyun nodded, took out a scroll from her sleeve, and gently tossed it to her opponent. She only discovered the 2 people's position, in a small pavilion, the furthest distance apart. Chen Pingan hung the scroll in front of him, and put the flask in his hand aside, and then put his fingers together and gently wiped it. The scroll slowly spread out, squinted, and examined it carefully. Chen Pingan did not look up, and continued to slowly spread out the extremely long scroll. He had just finished reading the preface, and asked in his heart, I heard Jiang Shangjin said something before, saying that after the Lord Yishan entered the Yupu realm, the reason why he failed to complete his ancestors' long-cherished wish, to help Pu Shanming to become a sect, this seems to involve a secret. Regarding this matter, Jiang Shangjin didn't say much, just let me go to the door and ask the Lord Yishan in person in the future. Yi Yunyun said, before the ancestors passed away, there was a last word left to the descendants of the mountain masters to pass on from generation to generation, and it could only be passed on orally. Before the Tonggizong closed the mountain, Pushun was not allowed to join the sect. Chen Pingan raised his head and said, the assassination of Guo Bailu seemed to be a surprise to the other party. The young man was shocked but not dangerous, but it was actually Jiang Shangjin did it. Yi Yunyun was a little surprised, but she quickly wanted to understand the joints, and smiled, it is indeed his usual style. If you do a good thing, you will be scolded. If it weren't for this, Yi Yunyun might have agreed to Wu Tan's questioning. Wu Pan asked the boxing, but there is no saying that there is no end to it. This is also the source of this martial sage being criticized. The shot is too heavy and the martial ethics is lacking. Those who are famous for asking the boxing and receiving the boxing are all there was nothing to end. One of the great masters who had been with the territorial Wufu in the past was even directly shattered because of the weight of the fist. Guobailu, his extremely high-ranking disciple of the mountain, if he really cuts off martial arts under the eyes of Pushen Yunkatang, I am afraid that Wu Tan will understand the righteousness and ask the fist, no matter how important it will not be light. Once Yi Yunyun was seriously injured or fell into the martial arts, then Yi Yunyun, who had this immortal face wall picture, had only one choice, and she turned to concentrate on practice. Yi Yunyun put down the hip flask, raised her hand, and made a circle, and paused several times during the period, as if a series of key points were intertwined, starting from this wall picture, and finally this fairy picture. Yi Yunyun, who dared to calculate this way, and was able to calculate it like this, was a martial artist of the ending limitation and a jade pure realm kicker. Yi Yunyun, at least the fairy started. At the same time, Tongyi's Hao now has no ascendant realm. Du Mao and Sun Yuan are all dead. Jiang Shangzhen briefly ascended to the ascendant realm, but fell into the realm of the battle, and Wei Ying was still just a fairyland sword repairman. The last time the Cloud Cave Blessed Land met Jiang Shangzhen, Du Hanling, the master of the Yuanying realm of Jindingguan, was mentioned. Earlier, Yi Yunyun met Du Hanling in Taiedu of the Daquan dynasty. The two parties didn't talk much. At that time, it was more of a good friend Su Qingzhu who was talking with him. Jiang Shangzhen had been in Huang Heji before and had reminded Yi Yunyun to be careful of two things. The origin of the face-to-face picture, Wu Pan's questioning box, Jindingguan Du Hanling. The spear was directed at Du Hanling. In fact, Jiang Shangzhen had nothing to do with Yi Yunyun at that time. If he really wanted to find a stable path, he would have to kill Du Hanling directly. Yi Yunyun had determined the ins and outs of this picture before, and there was nothing wrong with it. Jiang Shangzhen said that if there is no problem, there must be a big problem. He even said that if Chao Mo didn't show up, he would follow him and hide in the Pushan Yunkatang to help protect the road, to see if he could find out one or two things that are guilty of mischief. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen patted his chest vigorously, swearing, and vowing to say that Sister Yi, just wait. Soon Du Guanju, who is as good at breaking the realm as himself and better at suppressing the realm, will be Yupu realm. Jindingguan, alternate for the sect, Du Hanling ranks among the Jade Pure realm, and Jindingguan ranks among the Haoran sections. The shape of the sky and the earth, the seven appearing and two hidden, the law of the sky and the earth, together in this formation, the golden dome is used to view the mountain top, which is made into Tianshu, 9 furnaces cook the sun and the moon, iron ruler and thunder, and dawn refines the water of the 5 lakes, night fried Big Dipper. In the big formation, Du Hanling's realm is equivalent to a fairy who leads the battle to kill. In the north of Tongyi's Hao, completely invincible. It can replace the Tonggizong with withered incense, become the leader of the fairy family of Banjo Mountains and Rivers, the veritable Mountain King, with the Peach and Leaf Alliance as the body, leading the group and competing with other continents outside. But in fact, the inner and the southern Yugue Zong Yao Yao confronted, raised a large array, ascended to the sect, strived for luck, gathered the situation, and finally was equivalent to taking Banjo Shanha into the bag. Chen Pingon seemed to see Yi Yunyun's thoughts and smiled. Du Guanju is a hero and a big deal. At Chunshan Academy, Chen Pingon mentioned this to his husband. There is nothing taboo about talking to him. Chen Pingon directly talked about the guess in his mind. Jindingguan and Du Hanling are very likely to have seen Wenhai in their early years. Careful. The old scholar scratched his beard, but in the end, he could only give a saying, watch the changes, and let the close disciples pay more attention to it. A picture of the wall, the scroll has been laid out in front of Chen Ping and Chen Pingon hesitated. Master Yi Shan, I have a guess. It may be nonsense, and it will be a bit offensive, so I hope Master Yi Shan has heard it. Yi Yunyun smiled and said, Mr. Chen said so straightforwardly. Although this person is Jiang Shangzhen's best friend on the mountain, there is a suspicion that things are gathered together, people are divided into groups, but after getting along twice, Yi Yunyun still knows the general behavior of the other party, and she is not the same as Jiang Shangzhen, absolutely not like he likes to get in touch with flowers. There are a lot of prefaces, postscripts and seals on this fairy family scroll, but they are all fakes, but the handwriting and seals are almost imitated. There is a postscript, which is taken from the Taoist priest in the valley. Chen Pingan can guarantee that this line of poem is where the battle is, or one of them. Chen Pingan said slowly, "It's very possible that someone is hiding behind the scenes, waiting for the Lord Yishan to throw himself into the net and stray into it. Turn your head." If you make a less appropriate analogy, all the postscript seals are collections of characters, allusions, and even more obscure methods. In the final analysis, it is a sinister formation, which may eventually be refined into a deceptive hui. True poetry, then the person behind the scenes will be able to float to Pushun's secret room. The other party is like an out-of-the-box demon who has been released from the ban, and has long been eyeing the Lord Yishan. It will only wait for you to take the initiative to open all the restrictions on the picture scroll. Then you will not know what you are. Gashed, that person can forcibly form a Taoist companion with Yishan Zhu, for a moment. There are some words that Chen Pingan should not say too blatantly, such as dream of clouds and rains, joy of fish and water. Although the family home is tricky, it's a side-by-side approach, but it's not an evil way. The monk will not treat this technique as a scourge. But this one, of course, is an exception. The layered array method, looking at flowers in the fog, is to conceal a certain truth. For example, this so-called fairy-faced wall picture is actually a erotic picture. Yi Yunyun stared at Chen Pingan for a moment, nodded and said solemnly, "Master Chen Shan, I have counted. It is tantamount to a chasing order." Chen Pingan got up to say goodbye, put away the scroll again and returned to Yi Yunyun, and left the pavilion with the pot of wine. "Look, this is the end of telling the truth." Yi Yunyun was in a heavy mood, sighed, and shook her head vigorously. She put away the picture scroll, facing the back of the blue shirt who had already walked out of the pavilion, clasped her fist and said, "Thanks Mr. Chin for reminding." Chen Pingan turned his head, kept walking, and waved his hand with a smile. Yi Yunyun walked down the steps quickly, followed the Qin Jianxian with double swords hanging around her waist, and asked curiously, "Why did Mr. Qin go out with a sword this time?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I didn't think there would be any chance to fight and kill when I came to Tongyi's house to establish the next sect. There is Xiao Mo by his side." Yi Yunyun glanced at the young monk in the yellow hat and blue shoes, and smiled. "Could you ask a question, this little Mo, but Jian Shou?" The man was carrying a bamboo box and holding a trekking stick. He noticed Wang Yun's sight, and immediately nodded politely and smiled in greeting. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "It's Jian Shou." After Chen Pingan said he would enjoy the scenery here for a while, Yi Yunyun took the lead to leave. Xiao Mo raised his head and glanced at the night, then he stopped talking after he retracted his gaze. The ancient Beidou was an emperor's car. It was built with the main command to build 5 elements at 4 times and move the knots to determine the epochs, all of which were tied to the Beidou. Du Hanling, who is on the golden roof, is not high in realm and not small in ambition. Chen Pingan looked at the stars elsewhere, and smiled. This Zhongtu Lu family is very ambitious. It is estimated that he wants to imitate a flying platform. Once he succeeds, the so-called Earth Fairy in the Zhongtu Lu family will it's really immortal. Compared with the imitating by Yujing of the Dai dynasty, if a soaring platform can be imitated, it can be regarded as a veritable handwriting. Xiao Mo thought for a while, and finally gave a 3-character comment, "I want to go to heaven." Xiao Mo looked up at the moon, the palace of Qingshu in the world, and the palace of Guanghan in the sky. The two ascending platforms in ancient times were in charge of the ascension of male and female earth immortals on the earth. One of the ascending platforms spreads to the world with the goddess Blue Bird. Chen Pingon stood by the railing, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance, and exhaled a breath of mist. Those who stop me from mending the mountains and rivers are the monks and me asking the sword, the wufu asking me the boxing, and the consequences are at your own risk. Xiaomo held a green bamboo stick in his arms, leaned on the railing, turned his head and smiled and asked, "Master, what do you want?" Chen Pingon replied with a smile, "You must practice hard." Sword of Coming Chapter 896. Sorry, I uploaded the chapter 2 hours late, 28,000 word chapters. It was a torrential rain. At noon, the sky was gloomy, the roads were muddy, and mud splashed everywhere. There is a cable bridge across the river. The water under the bridge is surging. There was a group of people walking along the river with an umbrella. There was a swordsman in a green shirt, and a woman in yellow clothes beside him. Behind them was a pair of young men and women, the man Yushu Lin Feng, and the woman tied the ball in a bun. There were also two men who looked like entourage, an old man and a young man, with yellow hats, blue shoes and green bamboo sticks, walking at the end. The raindrops were as big as soybeans, hitting the oil paper umbrella, crackling. In the distance, a light faintly as small as a firefly's. Chen Pingon glanced at the cable bridge on the river, which was drifting in the wind, and asked, "Is this the Jilin River where the first immortal picture came into existence?" Yi Yunyun nodded, and said solemnly, "It's here." At dawn today, Yi Yunyun suddenly found Chen Pingon and asked him a favor. Since she and Jindingwen Du Hanling would definitely not be able to catch the thief and catch the stolen goods, she just wanted to see if she could follow the vines so that she could get along with him. Du Hanling, there is a plausible reason for going up the mountain and asking for boxing. The monarch on the Tonggishao mountain dared to be that momentary companion with himself. Yi Yunyun had to weigh it. A golden monk with a hidden head and tail, weighed by the caddy in his body, how many caddies it was in the end. As for whether Du Hanling is now Yuaning or has sneaked into Yupu, she only needs to ask her a fist, and she will come to the bottom, and then we will know Du Guanzi's golden-branched and jade-leaved immortal muscles and bones. After dismantling, in the end, there are several double. Yi Yunyun has not lost her heart, and now she will definitely not go to study the so-called full-one soaring method of the wall map, which has been sealed up in Pushun's secret storehouse. Anyway, owing one favor is owing, and owing two is also owing. Yi Yunyun wants to pull Chen Pingon on, come to Chilinjiang to explore the truth and see if she can help her find some missing clues. The other party agreed to go down the mountain together. As expected to be Brother Embroidery Tiger, he is really thoughtful, and he is also the owner of the mountain. The difference between the two sides is not a little bit. People are more popular than others, and they are better at calculating people. Or these scholars are better at it. In that pavilion last night, the young mountain owner is just after a few glances at Xiantu, you can see through layers of confusion, and help her count the secrets. Yi Yunyun began to explain in detail the origins of a fairy picture for Chen Pingon. The fairy picture went all the way, and the place where I really got my hands was a small ferry on the mountain called Shangdu, located in Yuanghua, with our feet. This Xianyuan country is adjacent to each other. A few years ago, I heard that there was a big demon hiding in the mountains on the border of Yuan country not long after the country was restored, accidentally revealing clues. Xue Huai rushed over first, according to Dafu Academy's instructions. The espionage shows that the other party is inferred to be a ghost repair monster in the nascent soul realm. I am worried that the other party has hidden the realm. The gentleman of the academy will be sent to death if he goes. Xue Huai can't save anyone, so he went down the mountain alone, but it's a pity to stay there. After more than 10 days, searching the mountain to no avail. During the period, I happened to pass by the Lashengda that Pushun rented out in the early years. At that time, there was a Shanzi Yeshio in the lower 5 realms. The old man and a young man were setting up a stall on the side of the road together. I just glanced at it casually. Even the worthless guys, among them are the exquisitely crafted golden chambers. They are fair in appearance, but they can barely be used for decoration, so they plan to give it to Yishwanji. Seeing that my eyes are stuck, the old monk began to sell and boast, saying this is an old object flowing out of Yuangwa Palace, or a clear confession from the emperor's imperial study room. With a glance at the goods, the door opens, and it is so close to the emperors of the Yuan dynasty, hundreds of years old. It is drenched in dragon spirit. The old monk raised his hands and offered 10 copper coins, probably because he was afraid that I would be too expensive. If he said that 8 coins, the price really couldn't be lower. Hearing this, Chao Qingqing was a little puzzled. A gold cabinet made by the imperial palace only sells for 10 cents. So she turned her head and looked at Pei Qian, who was on the side. Pei Qian laughed and explained, Bao Fuzhai has his own set of black words, saying that it is $10, but in fact it is 10 snowflake money. If someone doesn't even understand this, that Baozhai can kill pigs as much as possible. Up. Chen Pingan asked, in this golden chamber secreted by the Yuan State Palace, does it happen to contain that fairy picture? Yi Yunyun said annoyed, this is the problem. In fact, the golden chamber was empty at the time, which made me mistakenly think that I had picked up a huge leak. When I used 8 snowflakes to buy the golden chamber, I lost it. Shuozai seemed to remember something and asked me if I knew how to calligraphy and painting. He still had a better-looking treasure on hand. It was definitely an orderly collection of Yuangua's heritage. The old monk raised his hand and vowed to keep it if he had cheated. There was a thunderstorm in the sky. I didn't take it seriously. I just said that I could take a look. As a result, the dull boy next to the old monk, he went straight through a sack beside his feet, checked it, took out the fairy scroll, and threw it in on the stall. Chen Pingan heard the words with a smile and said, the young and old cooperating in singing double reeds are a qualified burden. Yi Yunyun didn't hear the ridicule, and continued, as soon as I started with the scroll, I knew it was good, because Dao Axayan gave birth to ripples, and it was the monks who seized the opportunity of the Dao. A sign, I waited until I unfolded the picture scroll for a while, and finally stabilized my mind. At that time, I mistakenly thought that it was not long after I had been in the Jade Realm. It was the kind of mysterious gift from the mountain with the Fuyuan gift. Snow money, I bought the fairy picture. After the 2 parties agreed to leave, I left the stall a few steps, and found that the old monk had already taken the young man to roll up the bedding and ran away. I was still amused at the time, but now knowing that I was a fool. After I got the Xiantu, I thought I was careful enough, because I also went to the Huangshiqing in Yuan country in secret. The old one has been reduced to ruins and was newly built after the war, so there are indeed a lot of secret files scattered around. I was still in the Huangshiqing warehouse over there and found a lot of similar ancient camphor wood golden chambers. Naturally it was not the emperor's writing room that Baozhai said. After that, I continued to look up the books, and I found it. The entry about that ancient painting is indeed true. The above written record is clear. It was originally obtained from a quarrying office on the bank of the Jilin River 300 years ago by the quarrying craftsmen who inadvertently salvaged it from the bottom of the river. Although the iron box was not a beautiful stone, the official office did not dare to hide privately. The iron box picture scroll and the batch of beautiful stones mined in the river were all included in the Beijing tribute. And that generation of Yuan dynasty emperor, I had a mediocre impression of the picture scroll, and I quickly lost it to the Huang Shiqing collection after seeing it, and the tin box for painting that showed the water drawing on all 6 sides, according to the file records, was nowhere to be found. I was still not at ease in the end. I personally came to the Jilin River and explored the bottom of the river for 600 miles. I didn't let go of a few tributaries. I just wanted to see if there were any Xianfu ruins, but I couldn't find any abnormalities at the beginning. Because the words of the old monk Baozhai were verified to be false, Yi Yunyun took it even more seriously. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Huang Shiqing is very common with thieves, and they are all elegant thieves that are difficult to guard against." Looking at the turbulent Jilin River, Chen Pingan remembered the Longshu River in his hometown for no reason. Not long after he left his hometown, countless people moved after hearing the wind, almost every household, carrying baskets into the water to hunt for treasures, just to find them. The serpentine stone that everyone would only consider as a child's plaything at home, but the people in the small town went too late and rarely gained anything. Probably this is considered the early bird has the worm. So last night at the Pushun Pavilion, Chen Pingan and Huang Yiyun said, "The news from the mountain is the money of the gods," with full sincerity. On the way before the imperial wind came, Xue Huai, who was knowledgeable, and Chen Pingan had already mentioned this Jilin River. Since ancient times, there has not been any water hebo sitting on the town, but the river is rich in beautiful stones, and the sound is as clear as a chime and the color is like jade. The color is different, the blue color is mostly, and the red is the best. The stone pattern is like red carp scales. It is extremely famous. The large one can be used as a feng shui stone for the rich and the family. The small one can also be used as a study room by the literati. Therefore, in the history of Yuan state, quarrying bureaus were set up intermittently on the riverside, mining river rocks to fill the national treasury. And whenever the imperial court abolished the government's water sealing period, there would be athletes who were proficient in water, sneaking into the river bottom to quarry, and to a large extent the wealth of the green dress crossing came from this, but merchants were chasing profits, cheating, and splicing. The methods are endless, and they will deliberately cut the mountain into a thin and leaky posture. This is called the doubling of the price of the stone belt hole, and gold is made from nothing. The price of sick plums and official plums that are deliberately cut into strange shapes is much higher than that of common wild plums. Over time, the local and some surrounding ferry masters in Yuanguo were tacitly aware, anyway. It was also a fool to deceive those people from outsiders who had a lot of money. Pushun Yunkatang's children are talented and elegant, and there will be almost 1 or 2 desk confessions carved from beautiful stones. Of course they can't be fakes. In the central area of Tonggishao, the gatekeepers of Junwang have the highest rank, and they are often divided into 6 grades according to the rules, such as Gaoliang, Huaying and A, B, C, and D. Tonggishao is the most closed island among the Haranjiuzhou. 1. There are too many landscaping places, rich in produce, one continent and many plains, all of them are the land of fish and rice, and there are countless places with abundant mountains and rivers. Otherwise, although there were not many sects in Tonggishao, there were no exceptions. They are all great immortals with profound heritage, but in the end they didn't even have a transcontinental ferry. The immortal family on the mountain, and the imperial princes and princesses at the foot of the mountain, can be described as rich and mountainous, the most arrogant. Pushun, which has a title deed to a box on the mountain, is an excellent example. It's just that the enclaves in Pushun are still well-founded. They are the ancestors of the past. They bought them with real immortal money or incense at a very low price. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, since it said that it's hundreds of years old, it's common for rivers to change course in history and to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. When Lord Yishan came to this Jilin River to visit the immortals, did you ask have you passed the local people, or carefully searched the historical geography of Yuan country, and looked through the local prefectures and counties? Yi Yunyun was dull and silent, her face full of embarrassment. I was in a hurry at the time, how could I get so much? In order to alleviate Huang Yun's embarrassing situation, Chen Pingan had to take the initiative to change the subject. On the top of the Huang Shiqing's secret file, about the iron box, besides the six-sided drawing of water, is there any more written record? Yi Yunyun immediately nodded and said, yes. In addition to the water map, the 6 sides are divided into the ancient seal, ups and downs, twists, turbid, squishy, deep, clear and shallow. Chen Pingan had to say something ambiguous. Master Yi Shan is still very careful. Yi Yunyun's smile was far-fetched. How did this kind words from the man next to him sound like cursing? It's just that Chen Pingan couldn't help asking more. 6-faced water map. Is there a copy of the new Huang Shiqing archives in Yuanhua? It stands to reason that there will definitely be related rubbings on the Huang Shiqing side, and there must be no steps from the warehouse. So Yi Shanzhu continued to be silent. How did I meet a teacher who checked his schoolwork with a schoolboy? Chen Pingan was a little helpless. Forget it, anyway, it's a silly account after the autumn is settled. Anyway, this is the end of the matter, and it is useless to say more. Pei Qian asked himself, at best, he was able to think about finding rubbings more than Huang Yiyun, because he wanted to put the baby in a nest. For example, the diversion of the tributaries of the rivers, Pei Qian would never think of it. Xue Huai was full of emotion in his heart. He really complied with the old saying that people should be thrown to death than people. Yunkatang still lacks a real pillar. Otherwise, it will only rely on the master to support the facade, and the master will have to make decisions in all aspects. It is inevitable that there will be some errors. Pushun, if there is such a careful young sword fairy sitting on the hill, it is estimated that he can really sit back and relax. Master Xue secretly glanced at his master, then glanced at the sword immortal in Qingshan with folded knives. Huh? Is there a chance for master so that he can shout with someone? Master. I just don't know whether Chen Jianxian has a Taoist companion on the mountain now. However, with Chen Pingan's realm, identity, and appearance, there must be no shortage of confidants on the mountain. Otherwise, he would not become a good friend with Jiang Shangzhen. Where did Chen Pingan know what Xue Fuzi was thinking? But he turned his head and smiled and chatted. Before I arrived at Pushun, I read this Shiguai. In addition to the grievances between Donghai women and Qing Hongjun, there is also a dragon. How true or false is the content of the travel story of a real Hushan person in the book? Xue Huai shook his head and said, the true and false are unpredictable, and there is no evidence to find out. It used to be based on some gossips to try to find the fairy ruins, but unfortunately, I tried to find out the ruins and found nothing. It is rumored that thousands of years ago, when a celestial master of Longhushan went down to visit Tonghishao, he encountered the side branch of Dadu ancient dragon palace. There were dozens of wicked dragons on the land, causing wind and waves, and boundless floods. This person did not testify at that time. The Huangzi noblemen of the Tianchi mansion fought with the dragons who had caused the disaster, divided and ruled them, and killed most of them. Then they nailed a dragon to the cliff with a peach and wood sword, cut off the dragon's tail, and made a green bamboo sword. The mountain range was used as a dragon rope, and a celestial edict was issued with it, instructing it not to leave the mountain half a step within 1,000 years. The other Jiao fled around, desperate, and was eventually driven into a local Taoist temple by the celestial master, and had to be turned into a knocker, and promised that celestial master would protect the Taoist temple for 300 years. In the end, the celestial master personally digs an ancient well, casts an iron tree next to it, and suppresses the first evil dragon in it. Only then did the heavenly master go to Dada Dragon Palace to question the old dragon who had no way of discipline and negligence in his duties. The old dragon cried out and had to intercede with the Lord Long, who was in charge of the entire East China Sea. It is said that this landscape lawsuit finally hit the Middle-earth Confucian Temple. Under the Howran Mountain, there are many themes. The writing is full of grotesque, legendary public cases, smoked foxes, strange marriages, and you will be true. Chen Pingon smiled and said, if Master Shui has a chance in the future, he can go to the Daquan dynasty to try his luck, start with the Imperial History Church or the Ministry of Rites, and see if he can borrow the files. Shui Hui nodded and said, just listen to Lord Qin. If there are any clues and I accidentally find out the main site of the Dotted Dragon Palace, I will definitely notify Lord Qin as soon as possible and enter the Dragon Palace to explore the treasures together. Afterwards, all the profits will be divided between Luopishan and Pushan. Yi Yunyun said in a huff, Shui Hui, what are you dreaming about? Today is different. Haoran now has Sihajin again. Even if this kind of sight is lucky enough to see the sun again, it will naturally belong to the true dragon of Aquarius Island. If you dare to be greedy for the treasure of Molong Palace, you are not afraid of being landed ashore from the East China Sea. If you ask the teacher, if you don't agree, you will come to flood Pushan directly. Speaking of this, Yi Yunyun asked curiously, Lord Qin, I heard that the place where the true dragon was cultivated is the Lizhu Cave Sky where your Luopa mountain is located. In this way, isn't she and you close at hand? Neighbors. Chen Pingon treated people with sincerity and nodded and said, it's a neighbor. Yi Yunyun asked, I also heard that the newly promoted Donghai Sea Lord is already in the Ascended Realm. Is Lord Qin Shan familiar with her? Last night, the pavilion left. In addition to sulking, Yi Yunyun was actually not idle at all. She quickly reported the landscape mansion to the dead sheep to make up for it. He even made a special trip down the mountain to the water temple of Koushietsu, and Qingshui Jun's mansion at the mouth of the sea, asked for a large stack of diaries related to Aquarius Island, especially Luopa Mountain. I didn't know it. I was shocked when I saw that the little cave sky that was reduced to a blessed land after falling to the ground had so many young geniuses, in my mind, except for the one who became the only true dragon in the world. Women's Ascension Realm, Luopishan Chen Pingon, Longquan Jianzong Lu Xianyang, Makushuan, one of the 10 young candidates in the world, and Jing Zhongzhong, a Beidasheng named Charan and nicknamed Madman, a direct disciple. Chen Pingon had to say, the neighbor next door. Yi Yunyun couldn't understand. After all, the monks on the mountain, even if they are thousands of miles away, are not considered next door. Chen Pingon said helplessly, it means literally. Seeing that the other party seemed reluctant to talk about the real dragon, Yi Yunyun remembered another interesting incident and asked casually, how many times has Lord Qin participated in your night banquet at Piyin Mountain in Baiyue? Chen Pingon was embarrassed, not once. Yi Yunyun was a little puzzled. How did she feel that she made a mistake and got all the places back? In the heavy rain, a group of people walked along the faint light. It turned out that there was a tea shed on the shore, and the business was deserted. At the moment, there was no guest sheltering from the rain. There was only an old woman in it, with a girl who was about a granddaughter, sitting around. Chatting by the brazier, watching the torrential rain outside the shed together, the fire is warm, and a pot of rice wine is being burned to keep out the cold. The girl looks at the age of 14 or 5. Although her clothes are shabby, she has a snow-skinned face and her demeanor charming. Standing at the door of the tea shed, Chen Pingon turned around first, turning his back to the tea shed, shaking the rain outside. The group put away the oil paper umbrellas in their hands. But a little mo is missing. Seeing the visitor, although she was surprised, the old woman immediately got up and waited for the guests and asked the guests how many bowls of hot tea they would like. Yi Yunyun smiled and said that everyone would have a bowl first, and when she was sure that there was a real business coming, the girl got up, walked a few steps, glanced back at her, she didn't know what she saw, and she smiled. The old woman and her granddaughter brought tea to the table together, and then sat down over the brazier again. The old woman smiled and said, "This is the old fish blowing waves. The guest officers don't have to make a fuss. The tea shed business is good or bad, it depends on the day. If there is a temple fair in the county town, or during festivals, some people going to the fair may stop here to drink a bowl of tea soup on the way back and forth." At this moment, the old woman speaks the Mandarin of a country with a strong local accent. Unlike Aquarius, Dolly Mandarin is a dialect of a continent. When traveling, unless it is a remote county in a small country, her speech is extremely smooth. And Tonggi's Hisijo Yayan can be regarded as the most untrue in Haranjojo. It is often in the Mandarin of various countries, and each speaks its own words. After that war, only the Daquan dynasty will spare no effort to promote Ijoya. The language and the awe-inspiring words of Zhongtu Shenzhou, and included one of the assessment content of the Jingcha plan, both up and down. In fact, within a few years, from the capital to the local government, officials took the lead, and the ruling and opposition parties almost quickly became familiar with the two. Yi Yen. Yi Yunyun helped relay the content to Qin Pingan. The old woman glanced at the man in the green shirt who was sitting next to the woman in yellow clothes, and asked with a smile, "This lady, does he come here with the master to see the scenery? Looks pretty good." Yi Yunyun was a little helpless, so she didn't repeat it, shook her head and said, "I'm just friends with him." The old woman smiled and said, "It's a pity." Thanks to Qin Pingan's heartfelt reminder, Yi Yunyun just copied the original words and asked the old woman with a smile, "Old ma'am, do you know if there were any rivers, streams, etc. that had dried up earlier on the upper and lower reaches of the Jilin River? Is there any weirdness now?" The old woman smiled, "Ms. Hui, I have never heard of a river without water, but there are often ghosts on the riverside. I like to be charming in the day and find young people to die, not to say that it is us locals. It's the gods who pass by, and there is nothing to do. The officials from the county government come here almost every year to invite people to do things. My tea shed has been open for many years, but I have seen some Taoist priests, monks, and as far as the inside. Is there a legendary fairy master? How dare I ask more?" Xiao Imo walked into the tea shed and sat beside Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan just asked for a bowl of hot tea and handed it to Xiao Imo. After Xiao Imo took the tea bowl, he took out a few stones from his sleeve and placed them gently on the table. Qin Pingan picked up one of the red stones, and the lines really looked like layers of crimson fish scales. Pei Qian gathered the sound into a thread and asked, "Master, are these few river stones a bit like the serpentine stones of the Longshu River?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Like, but the rank is much lower. It may be that there are real descendants of the dragon, who have been hiding here for a long time, invisibly turning part of the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth into the dragon energy, and the stones at the bottom of the river have been infiltrated by the Tao for thousands of years. Yunlongqi is similar to a monk forming a pill, or deliberately peeling off some old scales and turning them into red-colored beautiful stones that can be used by the mountain masters to refine immortal materials, like saying hello to someone." He shouted from afar, "Don't forget this place." Qin Pingan didn't gather the sound lines or heartfelt words. If the book is true, it is true that the real Longhushan passed by here, and there have been the fairy trails of demons and demons. I think it is the remnant of the dragon, and the sin was not dead in the past. I was imprisoned here in the body of guilt. I didn't dare to leave the country without permission and crossed the Thunder Pond for half a step. I had to stay still. I could only wait for thousands of years for a real man's decree from the Heavenly Master's mansion. Seemingly unintentional. Meaningful. The old woman glanced at the green-shirt swordsman. Qin Pingan just turned his head and smiled at the old woman. The old woman looked at Yi Yunyun, pointed to the pot of rice wine, and asked, "Madam, do you want a drink? It can warm your stomach better than tea soup. Homegrown brews can also be sold in tea shops, but it's not cheap." 20 cents for a pot of wine. Yi Yunyun glanced at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan received the reminder from Xiao Mo's heart, and nodded to Yi Yunyun, then grabbed the stone in his palm, got up and walked directly to the brazier and squatted, put the stone into the charcoal fire, like a taro, warmed up nearby, lowered his head. Rubbing his hands and smiling, the gods are not beautiful, the wind and rain are torrential. In the big waves, there is no fear or worry. It turned out that Xiao Mo just took a closer look, and by coincidence, it turned out to be an engagement shop. The person who did it was not the old woman, but the girl next to this old woman. Just now the newcomer returned to her old career and showed his feet on Xiao Mo's side, otherwise it would really be dark again. The ancient engagement shop holds the world's marriage slips, checks the books to the month, and matches the ankle, wrist and heart of men and women according to different marriages. There was once a marriage department in the old heaven, where the mistresses of Mingyue were separated, and the number of engagement shops in the jurisdiction varied. 10,000 years later, when he returned to the world, Xiao Mo didn't even mention seeing this kind of engagement shop with his own eyes. Even if he looked through the Shanshang Dibao and Shanxue Zashu, he didn't see this long-standing title. On the other hand, Yu Lao said that he would lead the red line and check the marriage book, but it is countless. Marriage in the world is fixed and immutable. The old woman's avenues and feet are not rare, but just an old horn that hangs down. It is estimated that this engagement shop was built by the chance and identity of a half-baked. When Xiao Mo met him on the earth in the past, he didn't bother to take a look. Generally speaking, the other party doesn't dare to look at himself, worrying about being mistaken for a questioning sword. Therefore, even those amphibious real dragons holding the heavenly rain-walking talisman would immediately give way when they saw themselves 10,000 years ago. Back then, Xiao Mo liked to travel the world by himself, probably because of his bright attire, so he was easily identified. A Jian Xiao who can chat with Bixiao Dong master and can also make wine together, his temper and temperament, naturally don't have to guess. Lifting his head, Chen Pingan looked at the young girl who had moved the bench and sat beside the old woman. He stood up, raised her foot, and said with a smile, "Little girl, the marriage line can't be implicated indiscriminately, please put it away." The girl was dazed, charming and innocent. Chen Pingan put his fingers together, made an understatement, and swiped lightly towards his feet, cutting off the invisible red line that drew him and Yi Yunyun's ankle on the spot. The girl suddenly narrowed a pair of almond eyes. According to Master, it is undoubtedly a sword fairy on the mountain. Without using the magic weapon or the flying sword of his life, he instantly cut off the line of marriage he set, and it was as easy as cutting tofu with a knife, so it must be a fairyland cultivation base. The old woman stared at the green-shirt swordsman, she sighed, patted the girl's head, and signaled that she would not be afraid. The old woman might know that today is destined to be bad, she lowered her head and smiled, and she found out from her sleeve a purple lens with a subtle curvature, then twisted the corners of the clothes, gently wiped. The material is similar to colored glaze but not colored glaze, and the precision of the stonework is by no means able to sharpen the craftsman of Yamashita. The old woman raised her head, restored her original voice, and said hoarsely, "I never thought that I could be fortunate enough to meet such a young land sword fairy in a place so far away from ancient Shu." Chen Ping placed it on deaf ears, but he just kept his sleeves in his hands, glanced at the objects in the hands of the old woman, and learned a lot. The Dragon Palace grows jade ji, cultivates purple glass. The texture is clear and clear, almost the secret of the Lioli Pavilion of the Baidi city of later generations. And in the Middle-earth Shenzhou, this thing still has a magical effect. It is most suitable to be used to make a kind of auxiliary telescope artifacts, some old and dim Shanxue Gongqing, or young officials who hurt their eyesight noble. With this, you can restore your eyesight as you were when you were young. In addition, the Qin Tianjian of the Middle-earth countries also has a secret item made by the Liu family of the Yin and Yang family. It is rumored that the mortal son of the naked eye can also see the stars from a distance as the present thing. Looking at the stars in the sky, the context is clear, as easy as a man looking at the mountains and rivers of the world. Chen Pingan squatted down again, warming his hands, and asked with a smile, "The iron box at the bottom of the river that draws the water map is an old artifact from somewhere in the Dragon Palace. The old mother's treasured collection. 300 years ago, who was it again? From the Yuan State Palace." The old woman looked at the gentle-looking sword fairy in Qingshan, and smiled. As long as the sword fairy can help to take a talisman, the old man must know everything to say today. Otherwise. The old woman shook her head. Otherwise, even if the sun is a sword fairy on the mountain, he really dare not kill me. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "A real man from the Heavenly Master's mansion's handwritten talisman is indeed not only a Lei Qi prohibition, but it can also be used as a life-saving talisman." The old woman glanced at the Pushan Huangyun, and then withdrew her gaze, looking at the man in the green shirt who was in front of him with a mouthful of Tongyi's mellow and elegant words, and sincerely admired, "The Sun Wei is really with unique insight. Like a few treasures." 3,000 years ago, the battle of Slashing the Dragon killed the descendants of the world's flood dragons and thousands of aquatic races. They stagnated in the nascent soul realm. There is no ichthyosaur change in the world. Now that the ban on mountains and rivers is lifted, if the world's aquatic people are amnesty, they will gather at the Dragon Gate on the side of Baidi City. It's a pity that there is no real person from the Heavenly Master's mansion on Longhu Mountain to expose the forbidden talisman with the mighty heavenly power for her. It seems to have forgotten about it completely. Yi Yunyun took a sip of the tea soup, feeling dull. The heavy rain stopped outside the tea shed. Walked into a purple-clothed Taoist. The veteran Taoist is now the true guardian of Lianghua. Long Hushan is surnamed the Great Heavenly Master, Liang Shuang. The old woman looked at the old real person with a strong purple zodiac, and she was familiar with it. Although she was not the young celestial master of Long Hushan back then, she was finally weighted by herself for a real person from the Heavenly Master's mansion. She looked sluggish for a moment. Suddenly, his voice was sharp, his hands were like hooks, his fingers pressed against his dry cheeks, like a smile but not a smile, like crying but not crying, like crazy, almost begging, and said in a trembled voice, "I implore the Heavenly Master to take away the talisman, beg for the truth. Why Kian, I know I was wrong." After the old man held his hands, he ignored the sad old woman, just smiled and said, "In this world, learning to do good deeds is not so simple. If you still want to start and end well, it will be even more difficult." Liang Shuang came to the brazier, gently pressed Chen Pingan's shoulder, who wanted to get up, and squatted together. The old man picked up the pot of hot rice wine, drank it, twisted a piece of red charcoal with his fingers, and wiped the corners of his mouth, then tossed the empty hip flask back and threw it into the Jilin River. The old true man still said to himself, "Just like the little friend Chin who hits me right next to me, is it not young and frivolous, easy to know the height of the sky, so I have done things of volition and sacrifice, and I have done it several times at a young age, luckily. Not dying, in the eyes of outsiders, it is natural that good luck is the end of the matter, but what is the taste here? It is not enough for outsiders to know what it is like." Chen Pingan took out 2 pots of glutinous rice, fermented rice, and put them in the charcoal fire. The old man waited for the wine to get warmer, and asked casually, "Xiao Yu Qin, since I like to read miscellaneous books so much, are there some favorite legends? Let me just guess, if there is Wen Qi, if so. Well, but the one by Wen Feiqing. Ha! A real person counts as a person, it's a must." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly and nodded. Among the 3 favorite legends of the younger generation, there is indeed the Do Yi. In fact, a pseudonym was used in the past. Among the alternate names in a large basket, Do-e, who is rare in this name, actually went hand in hand with Chao Mo. Now he intends to travel with Lu Jinglong to the Divine Continent in the future, so he will use this pseudonym. The old man asked again, "Where is this most wonderful article?" Chen Pingan replied, "Young Do-e once planted trees silently for 5 years. If I want to come here, am the only person in the book who knows himself, I'm afraid that Wen Feiqing would not be able to empathize." The old real man threw the charcoal fire into the basin, caressed his palms and laughed, and said loudly, "Sure enough, I have a good relationship with Chen Xiaoyu, for a good reason. As the yin of the real Yang Shuang, all happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are unfettered." Except for the two sides of the conversation, the rest of the people in the tea shed were all at a loss. Chao Qingqing, Xiaomo, and Pushen Shuafuzi, these scholars, of course, have heard of the Wen Feiqing, who is known as the Graceful Poetry School, but they really don't know what Wen Qi wrote and passed down to the world. Only then did the old real man pick up his eyes, looked at the old woman who was already on her knees, and said, "Please, what is it? Is it useful?" The old man smiled. "Besides, I don't need to ask any more. I won't drink your pot of wine for nothing." The old woman was surprised to find that the celestial talisman on her body had disappeared before she knew it. The old man reminded, "Don't knock your head, be careful of my birthday, and I'll post a new talisman when you get angry. Get up quickly, it's just like opening a door to welcome guests, it's not asking or not. What you want?" The old woman sat on the bench, looked at the sword immortal in green shirt, and said sternly, "Report to the sword immortal, a young Taoist priest who wandered here back then bought the iron box from my side. I saw that he was peaceful. Mountain Taoist priest, the other party also showed me the jade patriarch hole. I checked the authenticity and agreed. It's just that the old man wanted to explain to Chen Jianxian that there was actually nothing in the iron box back then. Chen Pingan knew clearly that it was the culprit who created the Tapingshan civil strife together with the sword-backed old ape. The other party was very well hidden, unconsciously, and was indeed one of the Tapingshan monks. The other party was one of the great monsters that had long been hidden in Tonggishao in the wild world. He went around, in the final analysis, it was Wen Hai's careful plan. It seems that Zhou once had the ambition to win Pushen. The old woman looked at the expressionless Chen surnamed Jianxian, feeling distraught, and subconsciously hugged the girl aside. "She is the only disciple I collect. Before, she rashly led the red line and was also instructed by me behind the scenes, begging the heavenly master. Even if you punish Chen Jianxian, don't hurt her." Chen Pingan nodded, stood up, and walked out of the tea shed together with Lao Zhenren and Xue Huai. When he reached the riverside, Chen Pingan stopped, looked at the unknown Pushen Shuafuzi, squinted and said, "You can come out now, since the old man is here. I don't think there is any need to hide, right?" Jiang Shang really expected that there was nothing wrong with it. Inside the Pushen Yunkatang, there is indeed a backhand buried. It is this long-distance martial artist who has the best reputation in Pushen, and is the most respected direct disciple of Huang Yiyun, Xue Huai. The purple-clothed Taoist smiled while stroking his beard, a ghost in the Yupu realm that was living in the spirit of the martial artist in a sneaky manner. He wanted to hide under his eyelids, like something. Isn't it the 14th realm to bully the poor road? In a short while, the Jade Profound Realm monster race ghost was not given a chance at all. The old real man had already searched the mountain back and forth, twisting a mustard seed-sized soul between his fingers. Xue Huai only felt his head split and the pain was like a knife, so he raised his hands and Chen Pingan immediately stretched it out. Grabbing Xue Fuse's arm with his hand, he helped stabilize the opponent's pure innocence, so that it would not overwhelm the human world, which would damage the body like a flood. After a while, Xue Huai sweated and smiled bitterly. "Lord Chen Shan, did I write the Tao earlier? Chen Pingan smiled and said, it's because the other party is involuntarily calculating, let alone a ghost in the upper 5 realms who is proficient in ecstasy. In fact, Master Shui doesn't need to blame himself too much. In fact, it was Chen Pingan's blindness, not all guessing. People who are dark under the lights are often the closest to the lights. Chen Pingan is familiar with this kind of thing anyway. Then there are only a handful of candidates who can replace Huang Yiyun in Pushen. In addition to Shui Huai, who is not high in seniority but extremely prestigious, there is actually Pu Shan Zhang Lv Tan Rong, and the Ancestors' Hall in charge of the money, Yi Yunyun's elder brother. Therefore, at the gate of the mountain, Chen Pingan deliberately chatted with Jinshi, in order to be able to take the opportunity to chat with the old Yuanying, so that Xiao Mo could observe more in secret. There must be some people who are smarter than the bad guys, so that more good people can be rewarded, so that more good people can do good deeds, and they can be completely reckless. Shui Huai stopped talking, and finally nodded and clasped his fists silently. Chen Pingan had to clasp his fists in return. The old man smiled and said, Master Shui, you go back to the tea shed first, I will have a few more words with Xiao Yuqin. Shui Huai still didn't say anything. It was just that he saluted the Taoist in purple, who was definitely not just a real person from Liangguo Woguo, to thank him, straightened up, turned and walked away. After Shui Huai returned to the tea shed, Lao Zhenren and Chen Pingan took a stroll along the riverbank after the rain. Today, there are halfways between humans and ghosts. Oh, slashing demons and eliminating demons, real demons, slaying and surrendering, the real gods, come here at your fingertips, but relying on the realm of Taoism, such as the vigorous physical strength of the common folks. Sure, the eyes of the sky are opened, and you can know it at a glance. It is a pity that there are endless human hearts and ghosts, and the endless fly camp and go-go. The old real man sighed and said nothing. Difficult and difficult as the sky, easy and easy as a palm. Chen Pingan smiled and said, even if the manpower is destined to be exhausted, we must do our best first, and then listen to the destiny. It is nothing more than being able to accomplish what is in front of you is one thing, and being able to contribute a point is a point. The old man nodded, yes, yes. The old Jinren was ready to return to the Taoist temple of Lianggua, and smiled before leaving, encourage each other. It means that the old man himself will stay here for many years for the matter of mending the old mountains and rivers of Tonggishao, and there will be many opportunities for the two sides to deal with each other in the future. Chen Pingan said solemnly, to encourage each other. The old man finally laughed and said, besides the previous mountain shrine, in order to test your boy's Taoism, you have to talk nonsense. Even if the boy has heard it, don't have a grudge. The young man categorically said, real people don't worry, the younger generations don't hold any grudges. After returning to the tea shed, Chen Pingan found that the 2 pots of glutinous rice wine from his hometown were warm and proper, but the old man left without drinking it and picked it up. Everyone shared the drink, and the old woman and the young girl were no exception. The smiling old woman said that she was too happy to be overjoyed. She had been sitting next to the brazier and was wiping tears from her eyes. When she saw Chen Pingan, she drank the bowl of glutinous rice wine and even shouted at her. The side stared wide-eyed, holding the wine bowl but not drinking, just looking at the sword fairy in Qingshan, very curious. It seems that the scenery in her eyes is better than wine. Yi Yunyun was also much more relaxed, although she still couldn't get any conclusive evidence from Chilinjiang, so that she could ask Du Hanling for a fight. However, the disciple Shui Huai lacked the weird scourge that was likely to have caused the turmoil in Pushen, and Yi Yunyun, who had always been deserted, had a somewhat smiley face. When Chen Pingan got up to leave, the old woman hurriedly got up, gave a blessing, and said with gratitude, Chen Jianxian, this time I got out of trouble, and I will be free again. There is no way for my old body to repay. I don't want to thank you. Chen Pingon thought for a while. Since you said that you don't want to thank you, what else can I say? Originally, he wanted to ask the old woman about those Jiangzhou American stones that Xiaomao described as a considerable quantity. Can both parties make a fair price on the mountain? Taking a step back, anyway, compared to the girl who was the treasurer of the engagement shop, learning the words that misunderstood her children in the book, she suddenly came up with the phrase, "The son is great, the little girl promises by his body, is much better." When the young girl was about to turn around and leave, the young girl blinked suddenly. Chen Pingon turned around with lightning speed, and the girl who twisted her wrist lightly, stared fiercely, and warned with a heartfelt voice, "This girl, please don't take revenge." With an innocent look on her face, the young girl hiccuped her mouth and smiled. After Chen Pingon left the tea shed, he did not go to Pushan again, but made a temporary conscience. He did not return to Xiandu Mountain. He took a little detour and took a trip to the water boundary called Xinhe because of his family. The wind and kite ferry crosses the mountains and rivers of 3 continents. On this continent of Tongye, from north to south, there are Qingjingshan Qinghu Palace, On Xiandu Mountain, Lingbai Mountain Yayandu, Dequan Dynasty Taiedu, a long river with many tributaries, and then Yuguazang and the southernmost Kashandu. In addition to Aquarius Island and Baijulu Island, there are 5 ferry stops each, making a total of 17 Xinjia ferry ports. A group of people hovered in the white clouds in the wind. Chen Pingon looked at the big river at his feet, near the water source, and there was already a prototype of the Xinjia ferry on the ground. Of course it belonged to another family. This great river of thousands of miles connected with the West China Sea has long had many forces, and they all coincided with each other. This place is very likely to become a cornucopia of feng shui treasures, because of the vast area nearby, not to mention the sect or the alternate sect, even shouting. There are no Yuaning realms that can be named, only a few are busy making sacrifices to the Golden Core and Earth Immortals who are national teachers or pioneers. Therefore, there are 5 or 6 immortal forces that are quite far away from their own hills, or with those nearby Shanxia dynasties and vassals that have just been restored or newly established. The incense-loving Xinjia sects formed alliances with each other, and began to build their own ferry crossings on both sides of the strait one after another, and then invited monks who were proficient in water law to come out to help, or use their own magical powers or arrange formations, gather the long river water transport, condense and stay together. Other forces are vying for the aura of heaven and earth. It's a simple truth. If you eat the same bowl of rice on a table, whoever eats more will eat less, and whoever eats will be hungry. Chen Pingon continued to drive along the big river, to the middle of the river, and soon reached the destination of the trip. According to Cui Dongshan, the various forces fought over and fought a few fights, and finally the 2 places in Dahiwanwai, plus the middle section, there were only 3 hills, which is considered a firm foothold. The other forces have all continued, or give up actively or passively. As a result, a riverside ferry that was abandoned halfway, can be removed and taken away, has been relocated, but there is still a rudimentary shell of the ferry, but the foundation of the ferry has been laid. Don't underestimate these geotechnical matters. Just ramming the earth will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. Just say that the mountain roots shake when the ferry landed and docked. If the ferry is not strong enough, there will be a big pit that is very involved on the spot. Therefore, the old master of the ferry here, who had lost a lot of ferry money, was really unsure of being able to make money, so he stopped in time and withdrew. The construction of a ferry on the mountain is just a job to fill a huge lake with gold and silver mountains. The risk is huge and can be regarded as a gamble. In addition to making great efforts to build landscape formations, building docks everywhere, and then gathering aura of landscapes, it is a huge expense. Otherwise, which fairy is in the brain and is willing to spend money to dock here to replenish the aura, and once the ferry is completed in the end, there were not a few ferry boats to patronize, and it would even make ends meet. Not to mention the immortal money, it would even cause the division to hang on a tree. A tasteless magic weapon can also be sold at a low price, but who would be stupid to take over this kind of unmoving mountain ferry? Moreover, the emergence of any brand new ferry is a battle for people and money for the neighboring Shinja ferry, which is tantamount to a dispute over a great road. Because the number of ferry boats has increased or decreased in general, the new ferry port has to take a share of the same bowl. Chen Pingon looked at the big river under his feet. After Nujiadu and Yayandu, this is the third Sayanjidu crossing in the mountain. In the eyes of outsiders, the brand new and unusual remains of the ferry crossing here have been picked up for nothing by an unknown ferry master of a shameless sect. A young man in white clothes set up a stall over there not long ago to greet the heroes from all walks of life, a table with 3 bowls of wine, threatening to the outside world, 3 punches, 3 attacking techniques, sword fairy, he could only pass with 2 swords, where can the 3 swords be held? Anyway, I don't want money, so I'll die. Killed me with 3 strokes and 2 swords and reported dozens of times. If I haven't gotten up yet, this ferry is yours. Therefore, at the ferry that was only 1,000 miles away, a martial arts master with a golden figure was hired to give a punch here. The handsome boy with a mole on his eyebrows shocked all the monks who watched the battle. It's not that a teenager pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger and how to use it to reach the sky, but after being asked about a punch, he flies upside down 10 tens of feet after only a punch, rolls all over the floor, and then falls to the ground for a long time, still shaking. Wei Wei raised an arm, which probably means to slowly, let me slowly, I can stand up immediately, I can definitely. After the golden-framed martial artist handed his fist, he stood there for a long time and didn't immediately make a move. Of course he asked the fist to be true. After all, he took a deposit from the immortal master fairy, but he didn't really want to kill him. What? Nowadays, Dafu Academy has strict rules. As long as there is a dispute under the mountain and the death of a genealogical teacher, he needs to report to the academy immediately. He is the most annoying to study in his life as a child, so naturally he does not want to go to Dafu Academy to make up a sum of study debt. When the young man stood up swayingly and patted his chest, he said something again. The result was a spurt of blood, and he almost lay on the ground to continue to rest. Therefore, the second punch of the Takeo had to be slightly retracted, and it still made the young man in white circling in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Takeo was puzzled on the spot, not to mention how lightly his punch was, but no matter what, there was definitely no spinning punch. With the third punch, Takeo almost bit the bullet and added gravity. After all, after the 3 punches, if the young man can stand up, even if he runs for nothing, he will lose half of the ferry's money. After this punch, the poor young man supported the ground with both hands several times, trying to get up, vomiting blood several times, lying down heavily, dying, and finally touched the floor with a trembling hand and raised his thumb, probably I want to say, a good punch. In this way, that golden-bodied martial artist felt a little guilty. In the end, the boy still sat up when he was about to count to 9, then staggered to his feet. Takeo hurriedly helped the boy up, supported him, or dragged the boy to the wine stall. Takeo drank 3 bowls of wine by himself, clasped his fists and said goodbye, saying that he was offended. As for the remaining half of the immortal money that can only be earned in the bag by winning the punch, this golden martial artist doesn't think much about it. He loves how to do it. Anyway, I can't get rid of that ruthless hand. That day the force that was building a ferry at the source of the Rin River immediately invited an old monk who was a bottleneck in the Golden Core realm. 2 natal creatures, combined with the attacking technique, were extremely powerful. After 3 consecutive spells, almost instantly, the young man in white lay in the big pit, ragged, foaming at his mouth, and convulsing. As a result, before the 10 counts were reported, he got up with difficulty, like a drunkard, and walked to the side of the wine table. Old Jean Dan was unable to do so, but he snorted coldly and left without drinking. In less than an hour, at the ferry at the mouth of the big river, a golden core sword was dispatched to repair the horse, and the sword arrived. As a result, the fight became even more inexplicable. The meat bun hit the dog. Somehow, the golden core swordsman seemed to have just chatted with the young man in his heart, and he turned his face and refused to recognize people. Sword repaired a few words. After a large deposit, he didn't make a mistake, but he sacrificed his life-flying sword toward the big river, and 3 swords cut through the air, and finished the work. That's all. The golden core swordsman of the Dog Day, instead of the white-clothed young man, guarded the stall, and threatened to change the rules, asked the fist and the sword, and learned the Taoism, all as usual, but he would give it back 3 times. Sword. In this way, who would dare to touch the bad? This Jin Dan Jinsho is 100 years older, just 3 years old, and his name is Tao Ran. It was the native sword repairman of Tonggishao, but it was always Shanzai repair. Now I was fishing by the river, occasionally catching an old turtle, and stewing it in such a pot. I brought 7 or 8 kinds of condiments when I came, and I never treated myself badly. Chen Ping'an fell on the river early and walked towards the simple stall. The sword repairman in the distance was dragging a fishing net to the stall on the shore, and several fish were jumping alive in the net. I just don't know how the sword fairy's craftsmanship is. The reason why Chen Ping'an came here is actually another secret thing, that is, some people will establish a country near the ferry instead of rejuvenating the country, but to be precise, it can be regarded as a kind of rejuvenation by reluctance. Qingping sword sect in Xiande Mountain, the next ancestor master's family genealogy monk, Yuanying realm sword repair Xiao Poxian, will help the maid Menglong around him, give her the surname Dugu, renamed Dugu Menglong, and he himself will continue hiding behind the scenes, accurately let the surname of Dugu from the old Zhuiying dynasty, who was destined to be hopeless in the restoration of the country, refounded in Tonggishao and rebuilt the Taimiao, which can be regarded as a continuation of the Guizhou, but also properly separated from the old country of Aquarius. Relationship. Of course, Xiao Poxian got the instruction and support of Cui Dongshan for all this. With the character of Jun Jinqing of Zhongyue Mountain, he would definitely be on the top of his mountain. I would pay homage to the south again. The golden pill sword immortal came to the stall, threw the fishing net on the ground, pointed to the 3 bowls of wine on the table, and the group of people walking by the shore, with an awkward voice, reminded the other party aloud, I am now in Xiande Mountain, the unnamed Kuqing for now. Jianxiu Tao Ran started with the registration number, then stretched out his finger, pointed at the 3 wine bowls on the table, and said, as soon as the notice is heard, the rules have changed now, each of which will make 3 moves. As for the location of Xiande Mountain, this Jin Dan Jinsho, who is an anonymous guest, is actually not clear at the moment. He only knows that in the north, it is the white-clothed boy whose surname is Chui who is in charge of the house for the time being. The reason for turning to war, once I was injured in that battle in the early years, Jian Xan was almost broken, Dao Xan was even more sparse, in fact, it was a paper gold pill that I couldn't use. If you don't want to be an errand in a public door, you will never go in this life. I can't stand those people who have a different face before and after another. Otherwise, no matter how bad, Tao Ran is still in the Golden Core realm, or Jianshou, how can he not show his face, earning this shameful immortal money, doing this kind of errands to use people's money to eliminate disasters? It's just that when I got here, I really couldn't beat the opponent, and the strength was very different. The guy who looked like a teenager turned out to be in the nascent soul realm. Then the other party promises that one day he will officially serve as the guest of Xiandu Mountain, and he will get a treasure from the mountain that can be used to repair the sword's heart and warm the soul, a magic treasure rank. It's just that he didn't take this kind of beautiful words seriously, and Yamazawa Yi Shio was a little good, but he knew how to recognize counsel. It's just that there is another addition, which really moved his heart. It has nothing to do with money. The surnamed Shui said he knew a few sword repairmen from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and he could help introduce one or two in the future. Tao Ran was dubious, of course he doubted more. Because if I remember correctly, Tong Yezhou had gone to Jinchi Great Wall to practice sword repair, and it seemed that there was only one sword repairer named Master Wang. Like himself, he was born in the nasty Shanzhui Xiu, and his opponent is the Great Wall of Jinchi in the Golden Core realm. Although it was a golden pill when he left, and a golden pill when he returned, Tao Ran was willing to admire him sincerely because he dared to go to the Great Wall of Jinchi alone and was willing to be on the battlefield. However, this guy had a brain cramp, and he went to Tonggizong to serve as the Ancestors' Hall. He changed from a mountain hero to a mountain dog, and it was just a mistake. Tao Ran's current situation was also a self-seeking fate. He killed a little monster of the Golden Core realm, but the opponent was too big, but was soon seriously injured by an old beast servant, and he flew with his life. The sword was wounded at that time and it was terrible to watch. When stitched up, it would definitely be a bottomless pit that would cost a lot of money. In fact, there was a lot of gunpowder back then, so where wasn't the battlefield with great disparity in strength, the one-sided massacre? Countless capitals, companion capitals, prefectures and counties were swept by the monster army. This sword repairer, who was born in Shanzhui Xiu, resisted it. It was my business. In the end, it was just because of a small matter, maybe I was cramped in my mind, anyway, I finally couldn't hold it back. No way, it's a bit painful, I always don't have a long memory after eating it again and again. I've been like this bird in my life, and I can't change it. Never thought, in the end, only Jiang Shangjin, who originally disgusted him most, was considered a man. Do you need a reason to scold Jiang Shangjin? No need. Besides, he really had several reasons. For example, the two mountain fairies he admired in his early years were both arched by the same pig. As the patriarch of the Jiang family in the blessed land of the Cloud Cave, Tao Ran cursed so happily, that is, his level is low, and he can't beat the opponent, otherwise he would have to curse in person. But as the old master of Yuguizong, Tao Ran really couldn't criticize what Jiang Shangjin did. So the master Chui, before leaving the ferry, blew a cowhide bigger than the sky with himself. It is said that as long as you become a registered guest of Xiandu Mountain in your own family, you will even scold that Jiang in person in the future. The surname is Ji for the coffin and the coffin, the hanging alpha. So Tao Ran is alone now, helping people to guard the family business. In this way, he is only slightly better than Master Wang, and he is a watchdog, but since Xiandu Mountain has no reputation, how can he be better than that? Tong Yizong is fine. As for when the construction will officially start and the construction of this ferry will continue, Master Chui Xian said that it will wait until next year, and vowed that a bunch of want to grab business and make trouble with themselves. Waiting, I merged it back. The boy in white shook his snow-white sleeves, waved his big hand, and drew a big circle. When it comes to this, it will be a scene of two ferry crossings in one country. Habits are good, he's a ferry owner with a mouthful of mouthfuls. Fortunately, that nascent soul stage cultivation base is true. Chen Pingan laughed with a heartfelt voice, we are all from Xiandu Mountain. Tao Ran was stunned, or half of his family. Hearing that the other party was from Xiandu Mountain, Tao Ran was a little curious. This was the first Xiandu Mountain clan Tao Ran had ever seen outside of Master Chui. How come you don't look like a cultivator, but a pure swordsman? But it seemed that it was much more serious and normal than that Chui Xianshi. Could it be Chui Lao Yuanning's disciple and grandson? After all, the monks on the mountain tend to look at the younger, the higher the realm, and the older they are. The other party introduced himself with a smile. My last name is Chen, my name is Ping'an, and I am Mr. Chui Dongshan. Good guy, another one who doesn't speak well. Isn't the family not entering the house? An old fairy in the nascent soul realm. Anyway, change to a more decent title, such as Master. Preachers. Why don't you just say that you are the Qin Pingon from Aquarius? Lao Tzu really wanted to hold down the heads of these proud sons and young sword immortals in the upper 5 realms, and ask them where the real realm came from. Little Aquarius Island, a big place, a land of 1 continent, unexpectedly within a short jiazi, 3 kendo wizards appeared one after another, Fengshu a Temple Wei and Jin, Longquan Jianzong Lu Xianying, Luopashan Qin Pingon. It seems they are all in the Yupu realm in their 40s. Damn, when I was 2 years old, these young sword fairies were still playing in the mud in open crotch pants. The green shirt is in front of him, with double knives on one side of his waist. Either a pure martial artist. Either these 2 narrow knives are magic knives cast by the mountain immortal master. Chen Pingon sat at the table, picked up a bowl of wine, took a sip, and smiled. I heard from my student that your name is Tao Ran, you are a golden sword immortal. Tao Ran squatted aside busy stewing fish, and said casually, it's just in the golden core realm, it's a sword immortal. Chen Pingon smiled and asked, could you ask, how did you hurt your natal Feijin? Tao Ran said in a huff, put yourself on the ground, will you answer? Chen Pingon smiled and nodded and said, it makes sense. In the future, we will look for opportunities to drink a few more drinks, and we will talk later. Tao Ran sneered and said, don't come to this set. I'm not familiar with you. I'm eating rice with you in Xiandu Mountain. I can't urinate in a pot with a pure martial artist. Chen Pingon smiled and turned his head to look at the big river. According to the master's thus interpretation and explanation of characters, Lao Wai made a fire, condensing fat into smelt. Tao Ran saw that the guy seemed to be waiting for a free meal of stewed fish. Jian Xiu's expression became more unhappy, frowned, and said dully, it's okay to drink, don't think about eating. Chen Pingon smiled and said, Tao Jianxian doesn't seem to have been born in a casual cultivator at all. Tao Ran turned his head and said, can you shut up? Chen Pingon raised the wine bowl in his hand, of course. Xiao Mo asked with a smile, Tao Jianxian, would you like me to help? Tao Ran said impatiently, climb away. Xiao Mo smiled and nodded, and his son also lifted the wine bowl in his hand, all right. Tao Ran looked at the group of people from the corner of his eye, annoying, and his temper was okay. If you look back, go to Mr. Chui to file a complaint, put on small shoes for yourself, and chew your tongue behind your back. I won't be a shit. In the end, Tao Ran, who was cooking rice and stewed fish, squatted not far away and started eating by himself. Chen Pingon put down the empty wine bowl and said, Tao Jianxian, the is a little less, and the cinnamon is a little too much. Tao Ran grinned, a bit interesting. This sentence is fairly easy to hear. Chen Pingon didn't plan to wait here to meet Xiao Poxian and Meng Long's master and servant. Standing up to say goodbye, Chen Pingon smiled and said, looking back on the side of Xiandu Mountain, I would like you to have a real fish stew. Tao Ran rolled his eyes. Seeing the guy who claimed to be Chen Pingon said to leave, the sword repairman hesitated and asked, which Chen Pingon can't be the one from Aquarius Island, Luopa Mountain, right? I never thought that the swordsman in the green shirt would even smile and nod his head. If there is no accident, I will be it. Tao Ran was dull and speechless, then tugged at the corner of his mouth, turned his head and snorted. Fortunately, the group of people turned away in a flash. Returning all the way north, I stopped in the Daquan dynasty on the way, and stayed at the Xianjia inn named Taoyuan Bai at Taiedu in the land of Jiangyi. After spending Chen Pingan's 2 small summer dollars, this is still only the 2 smallest houses, which is only slightly better than a single room. In the inn, there are also some Fulu beauties in the old Shui building Yin Zhai that were bought by immortals outside of Yezigang. They are now one of the golden signs of Taoyuan's other businesses. Moreover, according to Master Fu Yin's gossip, the proprietress behind this Taoyuan business is still one of the vice critics of the Rouge list, and the ranking is not low. Guests staying here will give away a gift box for free when they leave the inn, which contains a peach symbol, several peach blossom papers, and a peach blossom fan. In fact, when added together, it will be more than a dozen snowflakes. Money, but the meaning is not small. Spend a lot of money, have lived in Taoyuan, and it's always hard to yell at others, so you fall behind, but when you go out, you may have a peach charm hanging from your waist, or you will be holding a peach blossom fan. At the time, write on the peach blossom paper. When outsiders saw it, they all understood. It is indeed a rich man who has lived in Taoyuan. If you are staying in a single-family house, there are 2 pocket peach wood swords to be given away, which can be used for more purposes. It can be used as a delicate pendant for the peach blossom fan, and the female fairy can also be used as a hairpin for a bun. For example, Mr. Yuan on the Peijiang cruise ship was such a rich man. In Baya Pingzu, you must have drunk fermented from Changchun Palace, and Tongis Hao must have lived in Taoyuan. This is the real business. The reason for being so lavish is that Chen Pingan asked Shui Dongshan to help make an appointment with someone who would meet here in secret. The chief of Jindingwen worships the reed eagle. Lu Ying mistakenly thought him as a savage co-owner. This veteran infant who has mastered a kind of tasteless ancient divine Taoist art is also an individual talent. It can be compared with the fairy Yunya in the Jiuzhen Immortal Hole. One who firmly believes that everyone is drunk and I wake up alone, and regards him as the lord of Baidi City. One was determined, thinking that Chen Pingan was the incarnation of the wild world. They are all mountain wizards who are difficult to find with lanterns. In Chen Pingan's mind, they are only slightly inferior to Xinjiang Mountain's conscientious and conscientious genius brother. Chen Pingan looked at the freshly released Zhongtidi newspaper and sighed. Does the Shanhaizong of the Middle-earth divine continent have any hatred with him? It is worthy of Taoyuan's other career, and the news is more well-informed than the average sect candidate Hilltop. That's right, the native monks of Tongis how can they have the spare money and idle time, go to collect the divine reports of the divine continent of the earth, at most, understand the movement of the mountains in Aquarius and Beiju Luzhou. What's more, everyone knows what Tongis' wind is now, why bother to blame yourself and spend money to buy it? I turned to look at several Shanshui mansion newspapers on local hills. The most extensive one is the Washington Rouge list in Yunkus Blessed Land, with 2 comments on it. First, the deputy, the commentary women, there are Daquan Empress Yao Jinji, Beilongdong Cave Master Su Qingzhu, and the daughter of the Wanyao sect master of Sanshan Fudi, Han Jiangshu. On the vice comment, there is Xiaolonkius Linghu Banana Fish, a female crown at Jindingwen, the princess of the Yu dynasty, and a female heroine from the rivers and lakes. Regrettably, the women who have not been selected for the positive review have nothing to do with themselves, but the men who admire them will definitely have to spend their money, and they must also compete for the top rankings for their favorite women in the sub-evaluation. For example, one of the Shanshuidi newspapers specifically wrote about a romantic affair. There is a new dynasty that is very upright. A young official in the household department, who is not an ordinary brave, small 5-rank official, dare to embezzle the treasury privately, and he converts all 3 million taels of silver into it. The immortal money was thrown to the sacred mountain of flowers in the blessed land of Jiang's cloud cave. For this reason, I lost the official, and I almost lost my head. The reason was that the family smashed the pot and sold the iron. The father, who was a scholar of the criminal ministry and a late son, then borrowed money from friends and credited the bank. Anyway, it can be used. All the methods have been used, and all the favors that can be owed are owed, and this has made up most of the deficit. The young man was fine, with a few entourages, riding in a carriage, with a seal carved by himself hanging from his waist, and the bottom of the seal carved 3 characters, a household. There is no place to stay here, but there is a place to keep him, so I can go for a tour of mountains and rivers. On the way to the Qingping Peak together, Cui Dongshan talked to her husband about this interesting event. He also said that he was taking a break and watched a good show over there. It turned out that the young man's father couldn't stop life and death. His face was blue with anger, his lips trembled, and he threw his teacup on the spot in the study, taking a mouthful of improper son, rebellious son, evil son. The ears didn't hurt even after being scolded. The young man still left home and went out of Beijing. Anyway, he wouldn't go to the ferry that he liked, so he didn't have to meet him. Just ask for justice in the matter of throwing money. This is called celebrity romance. The picture is greedy, but it is indecent. It's definitely not what my generation is romantic and handsome. Besides, one's own appearance, whether you follow your father or your mother, is really stunned. It is estimated that if you go to see the ferry, you will have to shut your door. Why bother? It's better to leave a good thought for yourself. It didn't take long for him to leave the capital, and he returned to Beijing. He made a fortune, made up for the deficit in the treasury, and was promoted to become a minister of the Ministry of Industry. It turned out that I met a congenial fellow on the way. The other party claimed to have a surname Zhou. He was a foreigner from Aquarius Island. He was a half-hearted monk who was not worth mentioning. It didn't take long for Yi Zhou, unexpectedly, it was as if he was immediately slapped in the head. He was disoriented and dizzy. After seeing his feet, he suddenly changed his impression of Tong Yezhou. In the end, 3 immortal coins that had never been seen before were left. The young man returned to Beijing and asked about it again, only to realize that it was the most valuable Gu Yuqian in the legend. Brother Zhou also left a letter with sincere words. It wasn't that a friend couldn't say such a thing. In the past 20 years, how insignificant he was, and how foolish he was, would he praise him for his handsome appearance. This letter is different. Instead, it allows him to be an official and show his fists in his official career. Anyway, he is not greedy for money. It is better to be an upright official, lying down with his ancestors' merit book and enjoying the blessing. Do you still need to learn to have fun? Need someone to teach you a lot of money? On the contrary, if it is done for you, it is the work that suffers from hardship, and then it can be regarded as the first-class romantic boy in the world. The young man saw it all at once, and it was much more useful than his father's whispering in his ears for more than 20 years. When he was a noble but not serious servant of the Ministry of Rights, he was a fart for the benefit of the party, and if he wanted to, he was a worker of the Ministry of Industry, so his father began to yell at the wicked son and the wicked son. As a result, he really went to the Ministry of Industry as an errand, only to know that if he didn't go secretly fishing for oil and water, his life would be so harsh and his official duties would be heavy. In addition, he had a hot mind and took the initiative to live up his body. He took a trip to the local state and county. With calluses on his hands and feet, every day I fall asleep when I'm tired, what else do I miss? I was so tired that I didn't even have a spring dream. The young people only feel that the good days of more than 2 decades have even returned their profits. As a result, when he returned to the capital, his old father waited for a long time at the door with a clear eye. He really waited for his son to return home from the Ministry of Industry's yamen. The scholar of Shangshu saw the carriage, and immediately went back to the study, sat down tightly, and waited until the old man watched. The son who lost a lot of weight without seeing him for a month. He didn't throw the teacup again, he was silent for a long time, and when he spoke, he was still the old tune, evil son. In fact, the young man felt extremely bitter. Originally, when he returned to Beijing this time, he wanted to retreat. If you go to the Ministry of Rights, or return to the Ministry of Households, you can be a Lang official. The servant of the Ministry of Industry is really not a personal job. Only when the day was over, the young attendant looked at the father in the distance. He was obviously gray-haired and croaked, but he was full of breath, laughing loudly with his colleagues. The young servant told himself silently, why would he have to spend another year and a half in the Ministry of Engineering? This shows that Sovereign Chui is busy, and he is also free when he is free. The reason why Chen Pingan would have said from the bottom of his heart with Liang Shuang, the phoenix tree is really unwilling to thank you, and the number of leaves is still audible. In addition to talking about the young sword repairman of Tonggizong, it is also talking about such young people under the mountain. A house in Taoyuan. Some people are desperate right now. If the opponent doesn't come, it's like a sword hanging over his head, and it will not fall, but the opponent is really coming, and he doesn't know how to deal with it. It always feels like he can't compete with his own scheming. Having to be alone, fidgeting, the old monk lamented. Again without knowing it number of ways. Someone appeared behind Lu Ying, stretched out a hand, and gently pressed the old Yuaning's shoulder. Chief Lu, meet again. As for the doorway, it was the young woman with a ball and a bun, arms around her chest, leaning against the door. The man behind him smiled and said, Chief Lu, so uneasy, isn't he going to take my head and go to the Chinese Temple of Confucianism to claim credit? Frightened Lu Ying jumped up and said with a wry smile, Fearin' Sword Fairy, don't scare me anymore. I am from Shanzai Xiu, and I am not as courageous as a master of genealogy. Lu Ying suddenly realized that he had failed, and slapped himself severely, changed his name, and said with a flattering smile, I have seen Chao Keqing. Chen Pingan moved a chair and sat on the opposite side of the reed eagle. He raised his palm, pressed twice, raised Erlang's legs, and took out the dry tobacco rod and pipe. Lu Ying asked cautiously, Chao Keqing, is there any order to summon the younger one this time? Last time I met, this guy in front of me reported a series of identity names. What is the second-class worship of the Jiang family in Yunku, the second-class guest of Yuguazong Jiefeng, and the third-class guest of Shenzhufeng Zushatang? The name is there is only one, Chao Mo. However, when they met again today, in addition to 2 more narrow knives around their waist, they also smoked dry smoke. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Lu Jifeng chose to go out at noon this time, right? Lu Ying's face was embarrassed. Last time, it was the woman at the door who helped break the secret. Lu Ying realized that there was something in the words, otherwise, something happened sooner or later. Chen Pingan asked, isn't it superfluous? Although the other party's words were dark and unclear, Lu Ying immediately understood. The old Yuanying said that he did not boast, and his disposition and behavior were cautious. He was still a bit higher than Yuanying's realm. Although he stood up, he had already bent down hard. The old monk said cautiously, Chao Keqing just put 100 hearts on it, and absolutely will not do anything superfluous. In that golden roof view, a chief enshrines what should be seen, and he doesn't fall a glance. What shouldn't be said, nothing is said. Did not say. Chen Pingan smiled, sit down and chat. Tell a smart person a certain truth, the other party will be suspicious, far better than let the smart person want to understand the truth, come to believe it firmly. Lu Ying was ordered to take a seat, just sitting on pins and needles. The earth immortals who were born in Shanzai Xiu, even if they are just golden cores, are all accustomed to the wind and rain. The tenacity of the Taoist heart and the goodwill, maybe even more than those who were born as a genealogist. It is good. Fortunately, the other party quickly stepped into the subject. When will your Lord Du Guan enter the Yupu realm? Or is it already Yupu? Lu Ying was puzzled, returning to Chao Keqing for questioning. I returned to Jinding Temple this time, and Du Hanling has not shown signs of retreat. From Yuanying to Yupu, the movement will not be small. Without thinking about that Firen, he nodded and said, it's probably Yupu already. Lu Ying thought about it a little, and admired it. It was indeed the wild co-owner who had been bold enough to take a slant, but has not been found by the Confucian Temple so far. Amazing. Lu Ying didn't care about the shock, and quickly made up for it. Before going down the mountain, I had a drink with Yin Miaofeng and didn't say anything about it, but it seems that, with some clues from the Taoist treasury, his disciple Xiao Yuanran is very likely to be right away. Retreat, and the certainty of becoming a Yuanying is not small. Yin Miaofeng's master is Yin Miaofeng, who is named the Taoist of Baojing. Both the master and the apprentice were once the royal consecrations of the Daquan dynasty, and they were responsible for helping the Lu imperial court at that time supervise the Yaojiabian army. Chen Pingan nodded, then suddenly squinted his eyes and asked, really not superfluous. Chief Lu, how do I think you are designing me? Lu Ying suppressed the ups and downs of Dao's heart, shrunk his sleeves in one hand, and clenched a jade pendant in his hand, and said with heart, Qing Shan Chang, don't take the net at this time, when will you wait? Xiao Mo, who was sitting in the courtyard, couldn't help but was taken care of by his son, and this person was still saved. As far as Lu Ying is concerned, once the Dongchuang incident occurs and the matter is revealed, he is colluding with the wild world. Not to mention the Middle-earth Confucian Temple, the skills of the Shuagong Academy today are very different from the past, that is, the native monk of Tonggizong. When he learns this, he will be alive and deprived. Therefore, before coming to Taiedu, Lu Ying made up his mind to watch Du Hanling without the knowledge of Jinding, at a Xianjia ferry, and send a letter to Fei Jin secretly. Just wait for that brilliant to throw himself into the net. With bad luck, you can also get rid of the relationship between Firen and the wild world. Good luck, that's a great accomplishment. Regardless of whether it is the incarnation of the Yin God, or some messy means, as long as you are caught by the Confucian Temple, you may be able to obtain the permission of the Confucian Temple and start a sect. If the snail-shell Taoist mansion of Huanggeji was parted last time, there would be no intersection between the two sides. The big deal is that I will walk my single-plank bridge and continue to walk on your Yangwan Road. If you ignore my reed eagle, I will just assume that I have never seen you. Anyway, I didn't do anything about lying. I just babbled a lot of nonsense with you in the Yinku Fudi. Even if Dafu Academy and Zhongti Confucian Temple were held accountable afterwards, the big deal would be to be arrested in that meritorious forest and red sages for several years. Maybe I can still see that Lu Chao. It's just that the jade medal of Academy in the sleeve, there is no slight movement, my heart and words are like a mud cow into the sea. The reed eagle instantly fell into an ice cave. Fuck. There was no response from Dafu Academy and Qinglongzhou. Is it possible to cross the river and demolish the bridge? Are you planning to smash yourself with Firen first? To smash an egg in death is a death. Lao Tzu is a tattered nascent infant, who hurt the other side the slightest. You scholars of dog days, full of sage's doctrine, turned out to have a bad stomach, which is worse than the casual cultivation of our wild dogs. Is it just a flash of inspiration, or is it that Qinglongzhou, who was born in the old Zhao Academy, is actually a wonderful dark chess in front of him? Lu Ying was in a complicated mood for a while, dull and speechless, except that he would definitely not be able to eat. Could it be that the seemingly looking continents of mountains and rivers in your hometown will repeat the same mistakes sooner or later? Lu Ying felt that his current life as a cultivator was actually not bad. Although he kept bumping and bumping, he could always avoid some catastrophes. In any case, this hard-won world is peaceful. Pretty good. Is it going to be gone again? Chen Pingan smiled and said, whether it is because of the enthusiasm to be a hero, or because of selfishness, just wanting to protect and save oneself, Monk Luing from Tonggishao, after all, did something. Xiao Mo, who was sitting on the courtyard steps, said with a heartfelt smile, this old monk is a little sad. Pei Qian gathered the sound into a thread, and said to the master, Lu Ying's heart is in love, there is a moment of sight, and there is a woman with a fuzzy face. On the way here, Chen Pingan had already passed the sword house of the Fengyuan Ferry. Fei Jin sent a letter, and said 3 things to Dafu Academy. Luopa Mountain will establish its next sect in the beginning of next year. It will invite Shuyuanshan Chongqing Dragon Boat to watch the ceremony. Then it will ask Zhong Kuei's method of passing letters. Finally, if Jindingguan enshrines the Reed Eagle, it will secretly pass on Dafu College, saying that he is a wonderful college. You can record this incident as usual, but you don't need to mobilize people to come to Taieru to encircle and suppress it. Lu Ying was confused. He is a kind person, but now that he is older and has a higher realm, he wants to be stable. For example, just saying that after becoming the chief consecration of Jinding Temple, traveling abroad, willingly recommending herself as a female nun on the pillow seat, or wanting to change Menting to recognize him as a master, or even a godfather, they can't count them. But for so many years, the 2 women who wanted the most, one was Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain, a young mad woman. And the ancestor of the woman in Yuzigang who caused the catastrophe, and now the entire Tonggishao is scolding a dead person to death. It's just that instead of scolding her, Lu Ying made a special trip to the Yuzigang site, squatting and drinking among the ruins over there, muttering to herself. Because you are a master of genealogy, you are a master of genealogy, you are a little stupid, so stupid, but you are a good person. After smashing a pot of wine to the ground, this infamous old Yuaning finally squeezed out an unscrupulous smile. He laughed. Back then, he wanted to take advantage of most of Yuzigang's grandparents to go to Yugui. Zong participated in a grand opening ceremony. Wei Ying entered the Lord God's Seal Peak, a big deal. Lu Ying planned to come to Shuyi Tower here to steal some talismans, but as a result, hee. Before the old Yuaning left the ruins, he said one last thing. Ah, unexpected joy, I accidentally peeked at your beauty out of the bath, but I missed it, and I missed my neck, and I found my whereabouts, otherwise I will remember you now a bit more real. Ripples and water mist rose, and an elegant old man with a high crown and a botanical belt appeared out of thin air. It was the mountain leader Qing Longzhou of the Dafu Academy, the former Huang Tingguo Old Jiao, and the deputy mountain leader of the Piyin Mountain Linlu Academy. Chen Pingan put away the dry tobacco rod, got up and bowed to the head of the college. Qing Longzhou returned the gift. If Chen Pingan is just the young mountain owner of Luopa Mountain and receives the secret letter from Lu Ying, even if Chen Pings is still Wen Xing's close disciple, Qing Longzhou still dare not take it lightly. But this young sword fairy still has an identity, so Qing Longzhou just came alone this time. However, the academy will still record the matter secretly, as Chen Pingan said in the letter, and Qing Longzhou has also sent a letter to the Chinese Civil Confucian Temple in the first place, and reported the matter 1510. Seeing the old man with a high crown belt and a jade pendant hanging from his waist, Lu Ying was completely confused. What was it going on? Qing Longzhou laughed and said, smartness is wronged by cleverness. The Chao Mo in front of you is not so impressive at all. Of course, you can continue to misunderstand. For example, I'm from a monster clan, so I have been in collusion with this Fei Ran. You shouldn't do it forever, and you shouldn't send a letter to Dafu Academy. Lu Ying's face was embarrassed. Even if I can't believe in myself, I can still trust the eyes of the Chinese Temple of Confucius. There are the most holy masters, and there are holy saints with courtesy saints, not to mention that there is a new literary saint now. Qing Longzhou lost a copy of Shanshui Mansion and reported it to Lu Ying. Look at it for yourself, the answer is on the top. Lu Ying tossed over and over again, for fear of missing a word, only read it twice, and didn't want to understand what the master of the academy, what is it for Lao Tzu to see? There is nothing to say about Chao Mo. If you say that Chao Mo is a pseudonym, what is it? Not from the savage world, but from Yu Gazong's great sword immortal Wei Ying. That's why I walked side by side with Kong Sangjin. Otherwise, it's the outsider from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pingon interrupted the fairy hairpin city in the wild world, dragged down the river with the thrown great demon Fei Fei, then evacuated Tuiyue Mountain, and finally killed an ascending sword repairer Tuiyue Mountain great ancestor. If so, I immediately knelt down and knocked his head a few times. Anyway, it was a good talk. Qing Longzhou said, although Chao Mo is not brilliant, but you did not choose to collude with what you mistakenly thought of as wild and brilliant. Instead, you were involved in danger and revealing the secret. Dafu Academy will record it in the book and will not publish it to the public. You will only need this credit in the future. At that time, for example, it can be used to make up for the demerits, but the ugly words are at the front, and there are some mistakes, and it is certain that the merits and demerits cannot be offset. Lu Ying hurriedly pretended to be polite and thanked Qing Shanchang. Chen Pingon accompanied Qing Longzhou to the courtyard, and the head of the academy was in a mixed mood. When the two parties met for the first time that year, the other party was still a young man holding a hatchet and wearing straw sandals. He looked like a piece of black charcoal, but although the young man looked thin, he gave a sense of strength and sharpness, which can be regarded as the outer circle and the inner square. Qing Longzhou smiled and said, "It's really not easy to get to this day." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "It's all the same." The old man spread out his palms, and the old scholar who was no longer Wen Xing gave a golden text. It's like a riddle. Volt. The dormant state is also the current state of the Dafu Academy. Chen Pingon asked, Yang Pu of Dafu Academy is not a sage now. At the Taiping mountain site, Yang Pu, a scholar of the academy, stayed at the gate of the mountain for 3 full years. Not to mention the fact that he was blinded, it was tantamount to enmity with multiple mountain forces. Moreover, Yang Pu didn't get the instruction of the academy, it was just a brainstorm. I didn't care about it and went to the Taiping mountain to watch the door. At that time, the head of the Dafu Academy was still vacant. Qing Longzhou took office only after Yang Pu stayed there for a while, and then the academy really began to support Yang Pu. At the gate of Taiping Mountain, Chen Pingon confronted a golden pill, a yuanying, a jade and a fairy one after another. The disciple of Tuiueshan Grand Ancestors Gate was Lis Hen, and the fairy Han Yushu of Wanyao sect of Sanshan Fudi. These two are both first-class rich men. These 2 matches were also the most rewarding after Chen Pingon finished the fight. Not to mention that half of the boxing score. Because that sect Master Han had received a punch from the 11th realm martial artist. It's all ready. Qing Longzhou said with a smile, this stinky boy just became a sage, so he began to ask me how to be a gentleman. The reason is very good. It is said that Sovereign Jiang once promised something personally. One day, when he becomes a gentleman, it will be fine. I made an appointment with Lord Qin Shan for a drink, and I made an appointment at Dafu Academy. Chen Pingon smiled and said, this is the truth. Qing Longzhou said, I have already contacted Zhong Kuei and asked him to go directly to Xiande Mountain to find you. Chen Pingon folded his fists and thanked him. Qing Longzhou waved his hand with a smile, and disappeared in a flash. After confirming that Qing Shanchang had left, Lu Ying dared to leave the house. I was really afraid that this unfavorable fellow would come to settle accounts after an autumn. The opponent is not brilliant, but better than brilliant. It's no wonder that at the beginning, one bite of the grandson of greatness. Those who dare to say such things in the world, and those who are suitable to say, are looking for them. Really, there is only the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, right? Seeing the back of the green shirt, he was sitting on the steps and began to vomit again. Lu Ying had no choice but to step forward, landing directly at the bottom of the steps, and then seated again. Chen Pingan took out the dry tobacco rod and knocked it, replaced it with tobacco, and asked, "Have you been to Yuzigang?" Lu Ying was surprised, and then just nodded silently. There are so many beauties in the world, I never thought of it, but still thinking of the woman who was just a glimpse of it. Naturally, I can't talk about how much I like it. Earlier, it was just a man who was greedy, but now it is just a touch of melancholy, lingering, hard to let go, and it seems that there is no reason to say. Chen Pingan asked, "Lu Ying, what do you think about it?" Lu Ying said without hesitation, "If I were the monk of the Zhushitang in Yuzigang, and if she was there again, when she was so obsessed with the door to accept refugees, I would definitely slap her directly on her face." Lao Tzu would not wake her up. "Can't you wake her up?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, she is Yupu realm, and Chief Lu is just a Yuaning. It's hard to say who beats who." Lu Ying nodded, "That's right. When the auntie was alive, she was very fierce. Of course, compared to the young female champion sword repairer in Tapingshan, she was still a bit better." Two pairs became silent. Lu Ying asked tentatively, "Chen Jianxian, are you really that hidden official?" This kind of thing, no matter how true it is, still makes people feel incredible. A foreigner from Aquarius, according to the calculation, when he arrived at the Great Wall of Jinchi, the man next to him was still a young man at the time. How could he become such a big official of the Great Wall of Jinchi? Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Otherwise." Lu Ying began to formulate his words, and slowly said, "His master, before I came to Taiedu, I was on the Jindingwan side. Not long ago, I turned to a Shanshuidi newspaper from Aizhao and said that the two printed books are correct. It's from the handwriting of Master Hermit, so, can you give me a printed sheet? Of course, if it's a seal, it would be even better. I must cherish it and become a family heirloom. Although I haven't had an official mountain Taoist companion so far, there are no children for the time being, but this kind of thing, a little harder, after all, it is not difficult." Lu Ying rushed to join Huang Ting as a Taoist companion, but it turned out to be better, almost hacking himself to death. The problem is that the little lady, who is not authentic, does not say that she is from Taiping Mountain before the fight and during the fight. If he had known the other party's identity, Lu Ying would not provoke Huang Ting, and would leave when he saw her. If he walked slowly, he would treat him as a brainless. At that time, Tong Yizhou was recognized as a person who should not provoke the monks of Taiping Mountain. Although the descendants of the immortal family born by the Taoist priest in the mountains may not necessarily be successful, as long as they can practice independently without the money of the gods, they are often qualified beyond ordinary people. For example, the Linghu banana fish of Xiaolongqiu, the direct disciple Ma Linshur of Su Qingzhu in Beilongdong, and their grandson Yoqi, who is the master of the law, all have excellent cultivating aptitudes. As a result, while speaking, Lu Ying found Lord Hidden Officer squinting her eyes. Lu Ying shut up immediately. "Got it, flattering hooves. Isn't this a flattery trying to find a tricky angle? With the distinguished status of this hidden official, would he be short of those ordinary skills? It seems that I was wrong." After receiving Xiao Mo's heartfelt words, Chen Pingan stood up, lifted the dry tobacco rod in his hand, pointed in the air with the smoke, and condensed the 12 characters, "I think it is for you." It turned out that Lord Fu Yin, Yao Xianji, came here again. At the Qin Pingan's house, Yao Xianji smiled when he met, "Your Majesty has already agreed. We the Quan dynasty can partner with Xian Dushan for the sale of chicken distance pen." In fact, it was not said at the beginning. In the early morning of one morning, after retiring from the court, His Majesty went out of the palace. When she arrived at Yao Mansion, after talking to her grandfather, she found Yao Xianji who was waiting at the door. In fact, His Majesty, when she heard about it, she refused it without hesitation, and her face was not so pretty, but for some reason, before returning to the palace, she changed her words and said it was feasible. His Majesty rubbed his eyebrows and added another sentence, saying that the treasury was short of money. But for these family matters, Yao Xianji won't say much to Mr. Qin. His Majesty the Emperor is a woman after all, and a woman's heart is a needle in the sea. He is a rough man, how guess, he is not Mr. Qin. As for the reed eagle in the house elsewhere, he read the texts of smoke that gradually dissipated and read it twice. The old monk felt meaningful from the bottom of his heart. After a moment of silence, he suddenly slapped his knees and exclaimed. Jingxi respects things to be alert to the world, and ceases to cultivate to the cultivation of the Tao. After returning to Xiandu Mountain, Chen Pingan continued to travel north, leaving Chao Sunny, with only Pei Qian and Xiao Mo, as a guest Xiao Longqiu. Xiaolongqiu is not far from Xiandu Mountain, and can barely be regarded as a neighbor on the mountain. Distant relatives are not as good as neighbors, how can we not have a familiar face? Huang Ting, the crowned female champion of Taiping Mountain, who met for the first time in the blessed land of lotus roots, is now cultivating on the edge of the ancestor hall of another family. In fact, there is a mountain friend on the side of Xiao Longqiu who has never met. It was Shang Luzhu, one of the two gods at the gate of Taiping Mountain, Xiao Longqiu's chief guest. Lao Yuanying is proficient in water law, obviously quite arrogant about it, as can be seen from his Taoist name, Narcissus. Like Lu Ying, he was born in Yishu, did not take refuge to the colorful world, but changed his body, and followed Lu Ying's climbing way, becoming a genealogical immortal master. According to Chief Shou, all kinds of goods can now run up the mountain. From the early days of the mountain, who was shouting and screaming for death, Shanzhou Yeshu has become the mainstay, backbone, and top pillar of a continent. When the two sides fought against each other, the old Yuaning almost missed the enemy's face and was split in half. Later, he was detained and taken to the gate of the mountain, where his soul was stripped out and hung above his head, with waves of pain that slapped Daoxin like a tide. Moreover, that unfamiliar mountain monk had a temperament, it was hard to say a word. Just like that, he lifted his foot and stepped a female cultivator of Yupu realm who was the arrogant girl of heaven, cursing, and then stepping on a big hole, and the woman's head was gone. Unlike the Jin Dan Dixian from the Yu dynasty, this old Yuaning, who is now extremely noble, was sent away by Jiang Shangjin from the Taiping Mountain at that time. A nightmare. After making the old Yuaning return to Xiaolongqiu, he didn't dare to say what happened there, but was vague, saying that he would fight against others, he was invincible, and he was injured. Huang Ting is easy to find, she is at the wishful tip of Xiaolongqiuzu Mountain. Chen Pingan walked into that simple hut, the young female crown was eating corn, and there was still a lot in the brazier. You're welcome, Chen Pingan sat on a stool, bent down to pick up a corn, and said straight to the point, Huang Ting, do you need ferry money? We have a lot of surplus in the Luopa Mountain treasury. Here is the Xiandu Mountain Xiaozong. You won't ask for money from Luopa Shan, so you won't delay doing business. Anyway, it's like a figure lying on your account book. If you really feel sorry for it, we can count interest. Tapingshan ruins, the mountains and rivers are broken, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, the aura is as thin as the wind fluttering in the wind, the reconstruction of the matter, in addition to the money, it is hard to rely on the gods' money to supplement the lack of aura in the world. Before this, it is necessary to establish a large formation, and to attract a large number of landscape gods to build golden statues, build temples, fill in the vacancies, and help gather the spiritual energy, so that it will not be dissipated rapidly, otherwise it will only be a wedding dress for others. According to Jiang Shengzhen's rough estimation, if a new Taiping mountain wants to restore the landscape and climate to 30% of the scale of the former Zhongmen Peak in 200 to 300 years, at least 3,000 to 4,000 grains of grain will be needed. In addition, all kinds of messy human relations, the relationship between neighbors on the mountain, and the business dealings of the dynasty under the mountain, arranged dozens of landscape temples and temples at the fastest speed to help the various gods in the jurisdiction to obtain the imperial court. Chen Pingan knows the hardships here. Especially in Taiping Mountain, now only Huang Ting is left. Unlike her own Luopa Mountain, even in the early days of its founding, there was Zhu Lian as the chief steward in the mountain. Besides, next door was the unreliable mountain monarch Weibo, and there was a Piyun Mountain that was almost equivalent to wearing a pair of trousers with Luopa Mountain. Huang Ting shook his head and said, I don't need it for the time being. I still have some possessions, which can be converted into a lot of fairy money. If I am really short of money someday, I won't be polite to you, the rich man. Chen Pingan nodded. I cultivated myself in the Taiping Mountains, and the Patriarch Church continued the incense. Previously there, Chen Pingan planned to defend the Taiping Mountain for the Taiping Mountain within 80 years. The Xiaolongqiu at the feet of both parties is the next sect of Dalongqiu in the Middle-earth Divine Continent, which is actually down the mountain to be precise. In fact, it wasn't just the two aquatic spirits who were professed to be great saints and kings who migrated back then. They just learned the same way as the master Xiaolongqiu. However, King Jingshan Qinghu Palace moved to Aquarius Island, where he still made contributions, while Xiaolongqiu crossed the sea to cross the sea and claimed to have found a mysterious landscape. Moving was relatively fast back then, but it was not too slow to go home later. Then I hit the Tapingshan site and planned to move to the ancestral hall after entering the sect, and then cast an ancient moon mirror that imitated the Tapingshan. And the great dragon Qiu of the Middle-earth sect is a well-deserved ancestor head immortal family. The ancestors of the ancestor of the ancestor are all mirror workers on the mountain. The mirrors cast by the immortal masters, of which the two highest rank mirrors, are named respectively Stop the Moon and Stop the Water, magical and mysterious, have always been rare and valuable treasures with no market. The cultivators traveled through mountains and rivers, and most of them carried a few similar objects, a picture of the mountain search, a mirror of the demon, and a stack of landscape-breaking charms. It's just like the people in the rivers and lakes rushing outside, there must be gold and silver, and the fire is similar. While in the process of refining the mirror under heaven, there are 6 channels with a clear division of labor. Dalong Qiu Jinggong monopolizes one of them. Casting the mirror can best defeat the waterborne spirits, and the mirror in the same vein as chasing the mountain. In the mountains, the demand is the most, so Dalongqiu's financial resources are so abundant that it is difficult not to make money. Haoran monks from all walks of life in the world put on a pole to give money. In other continents, the sects that partnered with Dalongqiu to buy and sell treasure mirrors included Tianyu Dongtian in Lixiazu and Kaian Glinzong in Luzhou in Beiju. It's just that the precious mirrors sold by the former are of high rank and expensive, and they will be discouraged if they are not a monk or a direct disciple of the sect. Qiong Linzong only peddled the most introductory Dragon Qiuzhao demon mirror, even if it is in the lower 5 realms, and gritted his teeth. He can start with a treasure mirror. Different from Pushan and Beilongdong, Xiaolongqiu, who is also a candidate for the sect, did not participate in the huge peach and leaf alliance. Huang Ting was silent for a moment, smiling and jokingly said, I saw Ning Yao, his realm is very high, if he is higher, it would really be a bit unreasonable, pretty, that's it. Chen Pingan smiled, nibbling on the corn, and said straightforwardly, Ning Yao is the best looking in my eyes anyway. Huang Ting said, is there anything else? Chen Pingan nodded and said vaguely, I plan to invite you to serve as the guest of the next sect. If you have another idea, it depends on what you mean. Huang Ting said, talk about it. Chen Pingan said, I want to serve as your worship to Taiping Mountain, by name. Huang Ting laughed and said, what's embarrassing about this, that's all, but I have to be the chief guest of your next clan. Chen Pingan nodded, no problem. This is the second time that Chen Ping'an has served in another mountain in addition to serving as the anonymous guest of the Liu family in Ai Zhou. Rather, it is directly worship, not even a named guest. Chen Pingan suddenly said, if you are not suitable for Shuang Express Sword, I can kill him, and I must be unaware of it. Huang Ting looked at the man in the blue shirt, expressionless and indifferent, and he had a calm expression. Huang Ting stared at the guy in a daze. She shook her head for a long time, and said softly, farewell anyway. Chen Pingan gave a hum, and then continued to gnaw corn. After eating the corn in his hand, Chen Pingan got up and said goodbye, saying that he would go and visit Xiaolongqiu casually. Huang Ting smiled and said, I won't give it away. It is Kuqing and worshipped. There are more opportunities to meet. He wore a green shirt, and his back was gone. Huang Ting turned her head and glanced at the sword on the wall. She frowned slightly. Strange, I am not afraid of him. You are a sword, what are you afraid of? Back to Qingping Peak of Xiandu Mountain again. Chen Pingan found Cui Dongshan, first sacrificed a caged bird, and then asked Cui Dongshan to open the unknown little cave sky that he got from Tianwan, and then followed Cui Dongshan with only chamois into it. In the small cave, Chen Pingan even asked Cui Dongshan to set up another golden thunder pond. At the same time, let Xiao Mo pay attention to whether there are outsiders spying on this place. Cui Dongshan's expression became solemn. This may be the first time for the husband to be so exciting. At the beginning, he joined forces to deal with that Wu Shuangjiang in the night ship. The husband may not be as good as today. Chen Pingan sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain with his arms folded. After Cui Dongshan sat down, he asked in his heart, how to deceive the sky by self-deception. Cui Dongshan asked in a deep voice, Sir, do you want it? Chen Pingan said something that made Cui Dongshan feel like falling into the clouds and then shaking his heart. I myself have forgotten, I only know that I must consult you about this method again. The Dali Queen Mother Nanzhan also had similar methods, but it could only be regarded as the most inferior and least influential. Compared with the sky-reaching method Chen Pingan wanted, it was 1,000 miles away. Cui Dongshan remained silent. Chen Pingan began to close his eyes and rest his mind. Cui Dongshan stood up, paced around in a circle, and suddenly shook his two snow-white sleeves, bowed his head and looked at it, sighing and sighing. Finally stand still and look into the distance. Back then, in the Yuan family ancestor house in Lizhu Cave, the young Cui Yang, reunited with Qi Jingchen and his brothers. Qi Jingchen once asked, intentionally or unintentionally, why you fell from the 12th realm to the nascent soul realm. Half of Cui Yang at that time, and Cui Dongshan in the future, thoughts and explanations were not concealed, they were true. Because according to his own understanding, it is Qi Jingchen's learning, which comes from the line of literary sages but can make a difference, but he and that old have been implicated too much. Old scholars' knowledge was banned, and the status of the idols dropped again and again, and they were even moved out of the Confucian temple, smashed to pieces. In Cui Dongshan's view, it was because Qi Jingchen had to go to shore, but he, the head of the literary saint, Cui Yang, it must be broken and then stand, completely abandoning the tradition of inheritance, and relying on the knowledge of utility, to make a comeback in the land of a continent, return to the immortal, and even enter the ascension realm. Qi Jingchen had another question at the time. That day, you and Chui Minghuang were acting out for Wu Yuan to watch, but they were actually showing it to me. Are you tired? Fart your fart, tired of a hammer. It's right for you two to be tired from watching the joke. Because in fact, this Qi Jingchen, why didn't he cooperate with his brother Chui Yang to act for the future, senior nephew Chui Dongshan? The key is that the two brothers didn't have any verbal communication, and they didn't even need to meet each other. It's just a kind of tacit understanding. Both sides relied on their chess strength, seemingly tit for tat everywhere, and the moves were all true, but in fact they ended up playing the same game on the chessboard. Chui Dongshan is so young, not because Chui Dongshan pretends, but Chui Yang's deliberately. This is only the first level, and there is still a second level. Chui Yang has set himself a lot of restrictions and barriers. It is like he is clearly himself. Why is this old richer, even more knowledgeable, and more powerful? Stronger. Then the three words, not tired, back then. Probably it was Qi Jingchen, who was a fellow apprentice, who had a unique word of relief to her fellow apprentice Xiuhu. In that conversation, Qi Jingchen looked sad at last, with the softly three words, as if it were the finale. Brother Chui. Wenxing's lineage, at that time, was still the weird reunion of big brothers and younger brothers. Junior brother Qi Jingchen opened the article with the phrase, "isn't tired," and ended with a cry of senior brother Chui. At this moment, Chui Dongshan put away his thoughts, and again raised two snow-white sleeves. On the large sleeves of the robe, there is a string of small letters with small letters, which are like water plants and undulating like piaoping. The bird in the cage of the sun and the moon, the heaven and the earth are on the water. Chui Dongshan turned to look at his husband. Chen Pingan opened his eyes with a gentle expression and smiled and said, "Mr. Student, you and I have the same mood in all seasons." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.